guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests continue calling for the release of former Columbia grad student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil as the Trump administration comments on his arrest by ICE over the weekend. Hundreds of people gathered at Manhattan's Washington Square Park today.
We want freedom for Mahmoud Khalil from the hands of the Department of Homeland Security.
Khalil is a permanent resident with a green card, and he helped fuel the anti-Israel protest that began last year. House Speaker Mike Johnson says anyone on a student visa who preys upon their Jewish classmates should return home. Khalil, who has not been charged with a crime, is being held at a detention center in Louisiana. A deportation hearing is set for tomorrow. The NTSB is concerned about future accidents. This comes after the mid-air collision between an American Airlines passenger jet and an Army helicopter. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy says there were over 15,000 close proximity events between helicopters and jets between 2021 and 2024 near Reagan Airport. Ukraine appears to have carried out its largest drone attack to date against Russia.
Russian officials say over 90 drones were used to target Moscow in a massive attack that led to the suspension of train service as well as flights at 4 airports. At least 1 death is being reported. Today's military action comes as Ukrainian officials are prepared to meet with a U.S. delegation in Saudi Arabia to seek grounds for possible peace talks in the war. It also follows the decision by President Trump to pause U.S. military aid and intelligence sharing with Ukraine. I'm Mark Mayfield.
TikTok is rolling out new features they say are aimed at keeping younger users safe.
It comes as the social media giant faces a potential ban in the U.S. next month over national security concerns. The features allow parents to limit the amount of time their children spends on the app. It's an expansion of TikTok's existing family pairing feature, which links the app on a child's smartphone to their parents. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Wall Street took another tumble today.
President Trump's decision to double tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum sparked an early sell-off, with the Dow plunging over 700 points at times. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 478 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 32 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
Elon Musk says Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is a traitor after he visited Ukraine.
The Democrat posted photos of his visit on X on Sunday. Musk, the tech billionaire who owns X, replied to the thread. Kelly, who's a former Navy pilot and astronaut, responded to Musk saying, "If you don't understand that defending freedom is a basic tenet of what makes America great and keeps us safe, maybe you should leave it to those of us who do." I'm Brian Shook.
The measles outbreak in Texas has passed the 200 mark. More than 24 new cases have been identified since Friday. The Texas Department of Health and Human Services says 29 patients are now hospitalized. San Diego Comic-Con is going international.
One of the biggest pop culture events in the world will hold an event in Spain this fall, its first outside the U.S. San Diego Comic-Con Malaga will take place September 25th through the 28th. San Diego Comic-Con regularly attracts thousands of fans and some of Hollywood's biggest stars. The Sommers event in San Diego is set for July 24th through the 27th. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Well, what do you say? Looks like it's that time once again. Cue the microphone. We are locked and loaded. Ready to roll. All right, ready for a brand new day. We'll turn the page on the calendar a.k.a. Hump Day, midweek coming on. Day number 12 in the month of March for 2025. Here we go, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios once again. Pretty similar to where we were about 24 hours ago, 52 degrees outside the secret bunker. Yeah, we do have a little more cloud cover tonight. But we're ready to go. Hope your week's going well. Midweek here, so we start looking toward rolling downhill toward the weekend. Yeah, we got a ways to go first. All right, moving the freight around the country tonight. You've got a pretty decent night for an overwhelming majority of the country. The East Coast, you're high and dry. From the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast, you're pretty much high and dry. A few snow showers there in northern portions, northeastern North Dakota, northern Minnesota tonight. That's not going to amount to much. We don't even have winter weather advisories, so some scattered snow showers. Our storm system, the train of storms coming in out west. System number 1 rolled into Southern California this past day. That is indeed bringing some rain, shower activity. Still tonight from Southern California over into central portions of Arizona. It's pretty scattered about. The next much larger storm moving in as we speak to the Pacific Northwest. So kind of a rainy night from Seattle to Portland. You get into some of the colder air, northern Idaho and western portions of Montana. We have a little bit of snow mixed in there, but that's going to be the big system that's really going to begin filling in, dropping southward along the west coast through the upcoming day. As that moisture drops southward, we will see some winter weather advisories through portions of Oregon, winter storm warnings for the Sierra Nevada. They're looking to pile up feet of snow there. And we will see some accumulating, enough to cause some slippery conditions through a good chunk of Nevada. Winter storm watches a bit further to the east. Those may be upgraded to winter storm warnings later here in the day today, Wednesday, as this is going to be the big system dropping south along the west coast and then headed off to the east. And forecasters for days have been telling us this is going to spark a major severe weather outbreak spanning thousands of miles, millions of acres, millions of square miles, as a matter of fact, 500,000 square miles, more than 100 million people. AccuWeather breaks it down like this. In what may unfold into the biggest severe weather and tornado event of the year so far, dangerous, damaging, possibly life-threatening conditions will occur in dozens of states. As I mentioned, 500,000 square miles, more than 1 million people in the central and southern states. This is going to be a multi-day severe weather event. Still a couple days away. We've been getting plenty of advance notice. The models continue to come together in more agreement from Friday to Sunday, shifting eastward with each passing day from the Great Plains to the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys, then the southern and central Appalachians and the Gulf Coast, and eventually the Atlantic coast. The northern extent of the severe weather is kind of unusual for so early in the season, especially considering that part of the zone has actually seen snow and sub-freezing air in recent days and may quickly return to those conditions in the wake of this storm. The severe weather risk will be reaching portions of the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Michigan. Again, that's very far to the north for severe weather. Powerful winds will be the most common cause for trees, power lines, property damage from the thunderstorms that erupt, but there may be hundreds of incidents of damaging straight-line wind gusts. The storm's intensity is going to produce strong winds aside from the thunderstorm activity. Some of the stronger storms may contain hail the size of maybe marbles up to possibly golf balls. Even larger hail could fall in a small number of the biggest storms. Any of these thunderstorms can bring torrential downpours, briefly reducing visibility, flooding city streets, ponding of water on poorly drained highway stretches. The severe weather threat includes multiple major cities: St. Louis, Chicago, Nashville, New Orleans, on over to Atlanta. Hundreds of thousands of miles of rural communities. The risk of tornadic activity will extend into the nighttime hours, both Friday and Saturday night. Now, tornadic activity, gauging the number of tornadoes that can be produced during a severe weather outbreak, is rather challenging at any time of year, but especially during the early springtime. Daytime heating is often limited. The air is often not very moist. Low cloud cover can be stubborn to break up. All three of those would tend to limit the severity of thunderstorms. And the discrete thunderstorm cells they refer to as supercells, those rotating thunderstorms that tend to produce a substantial number of tornadoes. AccuWeather forecasters are examining where the greatest warmth and moisture is going to be present versus where the jet stream energy and the wind shear is going to be. In other words, where the most ideal conditions for tornadoes will be. Now, it is possible those ideal conditions will remain somewhat separated from each other Friday, which could limit the number of tornadoes. Should these conditions come together or unite, it could lead to a concentration of tornadoes. Right now, the most favorable zone for a clustering of thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes Friday may be centered in parts of Missouri, central and southern Illinois, down into northern Arkansas. There could be a tornado anywhere in some of the risk and moderate risk zones. That threat for severe weather extends from the central and eastern Great Lakes on Saturday, including southern Ontario, all the way down to the central Gulf Coast. Now, the area where the jet stream and the warm, moist air interact the most may focus on a zone from central Kentucky through much of Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and western Georgia. Western part of the Florida Panhandle and southeastern portions of Louisiana. This could be the region where there are multiple significantly strong tornadoes that may be on the ground for more than a couple of minutes. Now, as is often the case when severe weather advances from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic coast, the threat may tend to be a bit more linear by Sunday, meaning it may primarily be from a line or two of thunderstorms packing those strong straight-line winds and torrential downpours. As the storms develop near and pass through the busy I-75, 77, 81, and 95 corridors, and, of course, the major airport hubs from Charlotte to Washington, D.C., Philly, and New York City. Could be talking some major travel disruptions at a very busy air travel time, of course, on weekends. Flight delays, cancellations possible. Now, what about flooding? While streams and rivers in Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Tennessee have receded from their high levels from the mid-February deluge, the ground is still pretty moist enough to react quickly to additional heavy rain in parts of that area. Some new territory, portions of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and the Carolinas. Anywhere from 1 to 3 inches may pour down in a 12-hour time frame, Saturday to Sunday. That should generally be handled by the streams and the rivers, but much heavier rain may develop and fall in several hours should the system responsible for this briefly kind of stall out over the region. So they're just kind of advising people living in small stream areas, low-lying areas along unprotected river flatlands need to be making preparations to take action. As far as the map tonight is concerned, Winds, aside from these thunderstorms coming up later this week, are going to be a big factor. Red flag warnings are already in place for the next couple of days, and much of central western Texas. Wind advisories extending through much of New Mexico, eastern Colorado, western Kansas, up through the heart of Nebraska. Give you more on the vast wind field they're talking about with that system coming up here. But good to have you on board. Let's move over. Who we got checking in out of the box? Philly Dan, of course. Good morning, crew. There's that camel. It must be Hump Day. Northwest Illinois checking in. Hello to Roy. Marianne is in the house. Hello, Tank. Good morning. Happy Hump Day. 56 here west of Albuquerque tonight. We're headed to Santa Rosa, then back to Fontana, California. There's Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour. And what day is it? It's up to Horse Feathers to make it official. There's going to be a question mark there. We may need a fill-in tonight. 54 degrees, though. Harrison, Ohio, had another just absolutely beautiful day near the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Well, Zelensky, Monica, has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire. Question, will Putin? I have not heard what the parameters of these terms are just yet. I'm guessing they're kind of keeping it hush-hush until after the meeting with Russia. Meanwhile, attacks on Tesla car dealerships, politically motivated by the left. Therefore, anyone arrested for criminal act and vandalism, I think, should be charged with domestic terrorism. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Enjoy this nice weather. Keep it between the spotted and the solid and hammer down. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Okay, we've got the latest on the ceasefire agreement. Tumultuous times, literally hours after the word comes out of a ceasefire agreement. A major drone attack taking place there in Ukraine. Robert checks in from Michigan. Hello, Bob. Josh is on board. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Jeffrey, good morning from Florida there. Who else we got here? Dipsy Driver, good morning, Steve. And the best informed audience, a clear, chilly 34 here in mid-Michigan. It was a nice day, actually. We were in the mid-50s. I'd like to thank everyone wishing me a happy birthday this past day. Your audience is the best. They're real people, which this country could use more of. Thanks to all the hardworking delivery drivers, all of our first responders, and all, of course, who have worn or are wearing those fantastic U.S. military uniforms. It's been a while since we heard from you, Dipsy. Hope everything's going okay. Lauren Waste, two-time world champion bull hauler, 52 degrees, clear skies, under what appears to be close to a full moon, Hillsville, Virginia. Shorty is broken down, so I've got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck taking his place northbound on I-77 at a high rate of speed. It's an epic night for the nation's largest sport of trailer trucking. And a special one-night-only shout-out to the Knucklebuster from Carroll County, Virginia tonight. There you go. All right, Dipsy Driver. Yeah, Marianne wishing you a happy birthday. Hello to Neil. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew there. Brett says hello. It's the boss man checking in from Kansas City tonight. There's our Chicago feeder driver. Hello, everyone. Eskimo Mom, I guess it's time to get back to work, right? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, whatever day. 9 days till spring, though. 15 days till the Mid-America Truck Show. Well, 39 days till Easter. Now, we're headed north tonight for a change of pace to deliver in Warsaw, Indiana. Got a drop and hook there. Don't know what they'll have me doing when I get back to the yard, but little breezy, but it's still clear on a moonlit night, 40 degrees. Just east of New Haven. Everybody be safe out there. All right, underway.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, indeed. From time zone to time zone, we will roll into a new day. Phone lines activated at 844-844-3388. A couple of other friends checking in, YouTube, Facebook. James said we will be sure to be weather aware here in the Atlanta area coming up this weekend. Yeah, Lauren Weiss, tornadoes in the springtime. Are you kidding me? Took a rocket scientist to figure this one out, huh? It's the change of the seasons. That's right, the clash of the air masses, the cold versus the hot, and vice versa. Hello to the Delta hiker watching in Baltimore tonight. The one in Ohio. Baltimore, Ohio. Okay, thank you much. Mr. Jack, it's hump day in Lexington, Kentucky. Be safe out there, drivers. And thank you for what you do. Gilligan. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving under the stars at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia tonight. I wonder if the impersonator needs to make an appearance to fill in for the horse feathers. Okay, everybody keep it shiny side up. Yeah, that would be like, good morning, Your Honor. Hey, Mike. Buckeye Boy checking in Ackworth, Georgia, 49 degrees at this hour. How's that work? We're 5 degrees warmer than you here in Ohio. All right, it's a beautiful day this past day. Looks like we've got another one coming our way here for a Wednesday. I'm going to have to activate the yard sprinkler pretty soon. Had a nice rain the other day, but we're good for now. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. It sounds like you may get a good dousing of rain here in a couple of days, so hold off on the sprinkler. Let's delve, before we get to some of our industry headlines ahead here, the tariffs, the trade war, U.S., Canada, Mexico, other parts of the world, the rhetoric, the war of words appears to have Ontario's Premier Doug Ford being, I guess you'd say, the first to flinch. That's what I've been saying the last several nights. The rhetoric has been getting louder and louder. The threats of what we're going to do. We're going to win. We'll bring you to your knees. Ontario's Premier agreed this past day to suspend the surcharge on electricity exports to the U.S. Just a few hours after Trump threatened retaliation against Canada. As we know, Monday evening, Ford actually threatened to cut off the electricity to those states that receive it from Canada, about 1.5 million people that would impact. Now, if we go into a recession, it will be called the Trump recession, according to Ford. Doug said cutting off electricity to the U.S. is a tool in his toolkit right now. That's the last thing I want to do. Now, he said, I want to send more electricity down to the U.S., to our closest allies or our best neighbors in the world. I want to send more electricity. It is, again, a tool in our toolkit, 100%. And as he continues to hurt Canadian families, referencing Trump, Ontario families, I will not hesitate to do that. Well, Trump responded to those threats by slapping an additional 25% tariff to 50% on all steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from Canada. Based on Ontario, Canada, placing a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the U.S., I've instructed my Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff, taking it to 50%, again on all steel and aluminum coming into the U.S. from Canada, one of the highest tariffing nations anywhere in the world. This will go in effect on the morning of March 12th. That's today. So how does Canada respond? Hold the thought. We'll come back with more after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests continue calling for the release of former Columbia grad student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. Hundreds of people gathered at Manhattan's Washington Square Park today.
We want freedom for Mahmoud Khalil from the hands of the Department of Homeland Security.
Khalil is a permanent resident with a green card, and he helped fuel the anti-Israel protest that began last year. House Speaker Mike Johnson says anyone on a student visa who preys upon their Jewish classmates should return home. Khalil, who has not been charged with a crime, is being held at a detention center in Louisiana. A deportation hearing is set for tomorrow. The NTSB is concerned about future accidents. This comes after the mid-air collision between an American Airlines passenger jet and an Army helicopter. There were over 15,000 close proximity events between helicopters and jets between 2021 and 2024 near Reagan Airport. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got to pick it up there where we left off with the trade war. In this back and forth, Trump really upped the ante this past day, which almost immediately garnered a bit of a back down from Canada. So I mentioned slapping another 25%, which I guess that'd make it a 50% tariff on steel and aluminum coming in from Canada. Now, he said also Canada must immediately drop their anti-American farmer tariff of 250 to as much as 390% on various U.S. dairy products, which has long been considered outrageous. I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity within the threatened area. This will allow the U.S. to quickly do what has to be done to alleviate this abusive threat from Canada. If other egregious long-time tariffs are not likewise dropped by Canada, I will substantially increase on April 2nd the tariffs on cars coming into the U.S., which will essentially permanently shut down the automobile manufacturing business in Canada. Those cars can easily be made in the USA. Also, Canada pays very little for national security, relying on the U.S. for military protection. We are subsidizing Canada to the tune of more than $200 billion a year. Why? Question mark, question mark, question mark. This cannot continue. The only thing that makes sense is for Canada is to become our cherished 51st state. This would make all tariffs and everything else disappear. Canadians' taxes will be substantially reduced. There will be more secure militarily and otherwise than ever before. We'll no longer have a northern border problem, and the greatest and most powerful nation in the world will be bigger, better, and stronger. All right, the artificial line of separation drawn many years ago would disappear, and we will have the safest, most beautiful nation anywhere in the world. Now, we know this is not going to happen, right? But the rhetoric, and your brilliant anthem, "Oh, Canada," will continue to play, but now representing a great and powerful state within the greatest nation the world has ever seen. Now, that was all posted by Trump on Truth Social. A few hours later, Doug Ford kind of caved and said he has agreed to suspend the surcharge on exports of electricity to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. Please see a joint statement from the United States Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, and myself, which reads, "Today, United States Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, and Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, had a productive conversation about the economic relationship between the U.S. and Canada. Secretary Lutnick agreed to officially meet with Premier Ford in Washington on Thursday, this Thursday the 13th, alongside the United States Trade Representative to discuss a renewed USMCA agreement. That's U.S.-Mexico-Canada, ahead of the April 2nd reciprocal tariff deadline, which many have been saying all along that more than just the fentanyl or illegal border crossings, that is what Trump's ultimate goal really has been. Now, Ontario has agreed to suspend the 25% surcharge on exports of electricity to Michigan, New York, and Minnesota. Maybe we can see a coming to the table, discussions. That would be moving forward. That would be positive. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pond, Britain this past day said they will not impose retaliatory trade tariffs in response to our duties on all steel and aluminum imports, which are due to come into effect today, Wednesday, according to a British government official. Now, while the European Union plans to hit back against the 25% U.S. tariffs on imports of metals, he said Britain would continue to engage with the U.S. in an attempt to secure an exemption. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer's official spokesman, said on Monday that the UK and the U.S. had a strong economic relationship based on fair and balanced reciprocal trade. Now, President Trump said during a visit by Starmer to the White House just last month that his administration and Britain would negotiate a trade agreement which could help to avert U.S. tariffs. So there's two coming to the table. Britain's Trade Minister, Jonathan Reynolds, made the case for a British exemption for tariffs to the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick in a recent phone call. Now, the U.S. accounts for about 5% of United Kingdom steel exports and 6% of aluminum exports, according to the British government data. UK steel exports to the U.S. are worth over $518 million a year, according to the industry body at UK Steel, which has said the introduction of U.S. tariffs would actually be a devastating blow to their industry. One day at a time, that's all you can do. Take it what you can get, but bringing people to the table, that's the name of the game. It is 844-844-3388. Let me give you a little more on this storm system that really begins coming together over the next 24 hours or so. Winds will begin to strengthen, generating a vast field of strong winds to nearly 1 million square miles of the U.S. The combination of powerful gust and dry brush will create the perfect recipe for fast-moving wildfires, especially over the southern Rockies and the plains. Now, this same system is destined to bring feet of snow to the Sierra Nevada, inches of rain to some lower elevations in California, then ultimately triggering a severe weather outbreak over the central states later this week. As the storm grows in size and strengthens, the wind field will expand as well. By Friday, winds in excess of 40 miles per hour from the Intermountain West to the Great Plains, Mississippi Valley, northward to the Great Lakes. Gusts in some areas may reach hurricane force, 75 miles per hour. Outside of actual thunderstorm activity, AccuWeather said storm max wind gust for this event could be 100 miles per hour. On the colder side of the storm, from the central Rockies to the northern plains, these winds will whip falling snow around, creating blizzard conditions. Further south, as the winds kick up from Arizona to western Texas and western Oklahoma, they will pick up dust and create dangerous dust storms. The risk of high-profile vehicle rollovers in crosswinds will accompany this drastic drop in visibility. Dust from the southwestern states may be blown as far east as the Great Lakes and Atlantic coast by this weekend. The greatest risk to lives and property will be fast-moving wildfires. The combination of dry brush, warm, dry air, and high winds will allow any sparks from utility lines or power equipment to ignite a blaze that can be extremely fast-moving and difficult to control. Now, that risk begins to ramp up today, Wednesday, and reaches its pinnacle on Friday before gradually easing back over the weekend. Friday's wildfire risk covers a large part of the southern Rockies and the High Plains, and forecast to reach extreme levels from eastern New Mexico and northwestern Texas to southern Oklahoma. This is about as an extreme event as there can be, they say, when it comes to wildfire risk. Due to the vast storm system late this week, the risk of wildfires will increase anywhere that there is dry brush and gusty winds from the Rockies to the Appalachians. Extreme caution should be taken when using outdoor power equipment, open flames, outdoor grills. Even the hot exhaust from a vehicle can ignite the brush beneath vehicles. Now, in these windy conditions, believe it or not, brush can become dry enough to catch fire literally just a day or two after you've seen a soaking rain. So don't be feeling as though, well, we had rain just a few days ago. The humidity levels are going to be very, very low as well. All right, use caution. And these are the kind of things, when those winds start whipping, a simple cigarette butt out the window can ignite a fast-moving wildfire along the side of roads, interstates, anywhere. All right, about 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? We'll get to the calls ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Threw that shout out to the Dipsy driver, said, hope everything's been all right, because I hadn't heard from him in a while. He said, thank you, Steve, all is well. I may not have listened live for a while, but I do get caught up later in the day. So he's just trying to get some rest during the overnight hours, catching the podcast later in the day. Thank you much for the update, Dipsy. Hello, yes, Pappy, 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Call in, be a part of the show. And by the way, Scarecrow sends his best regards. All right, haven't talked to him in, well, a long time. Need to get an update. Kevin is on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew. Rock Pick. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, a few clouds. We're at 33 degrees. But a happy hump day, all you hard-working Americans. With Steve Sommers and Hot Shot's Secret, you're on a safe slope toward the weekend. All righty, watch out for the other drivers. Be safe out there. Morning, Brain Dad. I guess back on the road after a few nights off. Is that correct?
Yeah, Steve, and you know what? I got the pole position tonight. Well, I got to write this day down in the calendar. I can't believe that. But no, I sent you a couple stories today, buddy, that I thought was pretty interesting to share with the rest of the listening audience here. But I got a few things on my mind. I need to correct you with one thing. You said Monday morning show that the NHRA was going to run in Phoenix this weekend. It's actually next weekend.
Okay.
So, I heard Senior Slacker on the podcast or replay talking about his beloved Texas A&M and the whole basketball tournament. Well, I would not be down too much about them. They have an overall record of 22-9 this year. They're 11-7 in conference play. And they did give my beloved Vols a little bit of a fit there for a while when we played earlier in the year, earlier in the season. So I would not count them out just yet. They have a second-round bye, and the Vols have a third-round bye. Now, it is very, very, very likely that they will play the Volunteers again in the tournament. Now, Dingbat's beloved Gators, also got the third-round bye with us. Now, we could play them again, but it will be in the championship game. Now, like you said, Selection Sunday is this Sunday. And it's going to be interesting to see because Duke has played really good basketball all year. And also, too, for Neil, Heatwave, if he's listening, A&M has pretty much been in the top 25 all season. So, like I said, I would not put any doubt that they will go pretty deep into the NCAA tournament. Now, like I was going to get back to, with Duke has played good ball all year. Duke has been in the top 5. Auburn has been number 1 for quite a while. I'm going to go on a limb here and say it's going to be Duke and Auburn for the national title. Because and if that does happen, it is going to be what I call a slobber knocker of a game. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be a blowout. It's going to be a hard-fought game. Now, I did hear Vic at the end of the show Monday morning talking about NASCAR and the rules and all of that. NHRA got NASCAR has a bunch of rules, and they're trying to make the competition fair. And, you know, it's always about the skirting of the rules and how well you can bend them to your way, if you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But the safety of NASCAR has come tremendously in the last 20 years. When Dale Earnhardt died, that's when they stepped up the safety aspect of the cars. They literally went and figured out and engineered and crashed a whole bunch of cars. They came out with the safer barrier, the Hans device. I mean, I remember the year or two before Dale Earnhardt's death, people were trying different odds and ends systems of the Hans device. And people, well, I don't like it, it's too constrictive, yada, yada, yada. It's only when Dale Earnhardt died is when they made those Hans devices mandatory.
Yep.
Right. But when you look at the cars from they were running in 2000 to the car of tomorrow, they were running, I believe, in 2002-ish, is when they stepped up the game, and they added more roll bars, and they added more cushioning. And then that has started the next generation cars. They're working on the Generation 8 cars. And every year they get more and more safer. I mean, you look at the crash that Ryan Preece had at the 500. If that had been back in the Dale Earnhardt Sr. era, Ryan Preece would have been dead. We would not be talking about him, period. But like I've said before on the show, when there is that kind of a crash, NASCAR confiscates that car back at the R&D center, and they tear that car apart. They want to know, why did it happen, and how can we prevent it? They have added all these roof rails and all of this stuff to keep the air from getting the air going over the car to get kind of turbulent and lift the car up with the air going underneath, because you've got that air split 4 ways. And at those high bank tracks, say Daytona, Talladega, it's not uncommon for just a smidgen of a touch for that car to be gone. That because you're side drafting, you're trying to beat the other one down the line, and they put that rear fuser in there to keep the car from lifting. Because if you look at the cars of old, the Dale Senior cars and prior, when you look at that, you have the engine underneath all the way open. You have the rear wheel. Say that 5 times real fast.
Right.
Rear wheel well open, so the car was more air was getting under the car and providing lift. That's why they put that infuser down there. So you have that aspect of it. And with Ryan Newman's crash, what was that, 3 years ago, where he went up into the catch fence and demolished that car? Ryan should have been dead. Because Keselowski did the same thing at Talladega here, God, I'm thinking about 10 years ago, where he went up into catch fence. Carl Edwards is the same. They should have died in those cars, but they make them stronger and safer every time. Now, Vic also said something about the engines. They're running a 14-to-1 compression ratio with a 440 cubic inch on 750 horsepower. Denny Hamlin, I believe late last year, said that they need to tune these cars up to 900 horsepower. Why? Why do you need to go that fast on, especially a short track? Why do you need to get that much horsepower on the short track? Now, even that much, even say at Talladega or Daytona, you're not going to do any good, because you're already limited on what you can already have speed-wise as it is. Because NASCAR does not want these cars to go over 180 because they become really unstable. And yes, the insurance policy does go to 200 miles an hour, yes, but still, they don't want those cars to take off because of the wind tunnel testing that they have done. They take those cars, those bodies, like the new Dodge Ram trucks, and I have seen a rendering of that. That's a pretty slick-looking truck. I'd like to send you a picture of that, Steve. But they spend hours and hours and hours in that tunnel trying to get that car from lifting, or truck, matter of fact. They do everything they can to get that car or truck from lifting off the ground, and they'll spend hours on it. Now, one other thing too is the reason we went to the cookie cutter cars is to help down on cost, because you have a team, say back in the Dale Earnhardt Senior days, the whole Spire Motorsports, Trackhouse would have some deep pockets. But the smaller, less funded teams could not be as competitive. I mean, one engine alone is about $350,000. And when you've got that kind of money, don't have that kind of money, it's kind of hard to really dial in your program.
Sure, and to be an independent team, right? But, hey, we're up to top of the hour. We'll take care of a news break and more to come.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. says Ukraine is ready to accept a 30-day ceasefire in its war with Russia.
U.S. and Ukraine officials are meeting in Saudi Arabia, and Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is reporting Ukraine has walked away from past security guarantees in this new agreement.
What is in this joint statement is re-establishing the intelligence flow from the Americans for the Ukrainians, even in offensive operations.
The ceasefire is subject to acceptance and implementation by Russia. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump says he sees signs of his tariffs working.
Trump says there are reports of plants that were under construction in Canada and Mexico now moving to the U.S.
We're the biggest, we're the best, and I'm very optimistic.
He added that his tariffs were all about bringing jobs and manufacturing back to America. Trump said the U.S. has been treated very unfairly by its trading partners for decades. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Education is warning some 60 colleges and universities to protect Jewish students or risk losing federal funds.
In letters sent to schools across the country on Monday, the department said that the Civil Rights Act requires students to have uninterrupted access to campus facilities and educational opportunities. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon noted the pro-Palestinian protests that have broken out since the Israel-Hamas war started in 2023, calling them relentless anti-Semitic eruptions. Columbia University lost $400 million in federal grants and contracts for what the government says is continued inaction to protect Jewish punish students from discrimination. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A volatile day on Wall Street.
President Trump's decision to double tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum sparked an early sell-off, with the Dow plunging over 700 points at times. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 478 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 32 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Firefighters may see an elevated risk for developing brain cancer due to exposure to certain chemicals.
A recent report from the American Cancer Society studied a set of patients who had gliomas. It found the gene mutation was seen more with firefighters and individuals in other professions. The compounds in question are found in flame retardants, fire extinguishers, refrigerants, and pesticides that have been linked with the specific mutation that causes gliomas. The senior author and professor at Yale University School of Public Health acknowledged the study's results were preliminary. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
3 people are dead following a medical helicopter crash on Monday in rural Mississippi.
The Madison County Sheriff's Office says the chopper went down in a densely wooded area near the Natchez Trace. The helicopter was carrying 2 University of Mississippi Medical College employees and a pilot. Took off from a hospital in Jackson, and the flight lasted 27 minutes. It's not yet known what caused it to go down, but the FAA's investigating. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Oklahoma is the latest state to report positive cases of measles. The state's Department of Health says 2 people began showing symptoms after being exposed to measles associated with the outbreaks in Texas and New Mexico. Kendra Doherty of the Oklahoma State Department of Health spoke with KOTV.
One person that's infected can infect anywhere from 12 to 18 people if they are susceptible.
Texas has reported over 200 cases. New Mexico is up to 33. Most of the people infected have been unvaccinated children. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Good to have you with us. Underway on a hump day. Midweek coming on, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We left off Yeah, with brain dead. One of the stories he sent me a day or two ago was in regards to the Tampa Bay Rays. And trying to give me a little better understanding here. So if they can't come to some sort of a deal to build a new stadium that was tore up by the Hurricane Milton last year, they're trying to They're going to try to force them to sell the team. Is that what they're saying?
Pretty much.
Wow.
Pretty much. I mean, me and Pornstar were talking about this earlier. They need about $50 million to renovate the stadium. MLB is going to hold $60 million back in TV revenue. Now, I don't know what's going to happen out of this, but I mean, realistically, just throw a dome on top of the stadium and, call it a day. Take out that fabric roof that they had, rebuild what the damage was, and go from there.
So what are they trying to find funding? Is that the difficult thing?
Well, the MLB wants a new stadium, and like I said, we were talking about this earlier, and I don't understand why we have to keep building new stadiums every 10 to 20 years. I mean, look at Fenway Park, look at Wrigley Field, look at Lambeau. I mean, they've been around forever. So why do we need to keep spending $1 billion, $2 billion for a new stadium when they just need to upkeep it? The city, if I remember it right, Stephen, you might need to go back into the Wayback Machine for this. After the storm of the hurricane that went through there, I can't remember the name. The city only had a $25 million insurance policy on the stadium. They had reduced it from $50 million to help cut costs in the city. So I don't know why the management or the owner cannot pay up some of the money to fix the stadium. And I think that's kind of where where MLB is going with this. Because why should the city and the county or whoever pay for this? You're the owner of the team. You're a multi-billionaire. Why can you not take care of this? Look at Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium during the off season is getting a new field. I haven't heard whether or not the LA is paying for it or the Dodgers is paying for it. But still, at the end of the day, though, these owners should pony up a little bit of money. I think I remember I told you this last year. My memory's a little fuzzy, but the Chiefs are going to be holding one of the FIFA World Cup games next year, and they needed to make some modifications and upgrade. However, the Chiefs say, "Sorry, that's FIFA, not not the NFL, and you need to go talk to FIFA. We're not going to do this. However, we want a new stadium, and maybe Plowboy could help me out with this, because if I remember right, during this last election, they put up for the bonds, and the voters voted it down. And if I remember right, the city wanted the owner, whoever owns the Chiefs, and I forget what their name is, to pony up $580 million before they issue bonds. But they put it up for a referendum vote. And this is where all these owners are becoming greedy. You've got billions and billions and billions of dollars. Why can't you pony up a little bit of money? That's all the MLB is doing. That's all the MLB is saying. I mean, and we were talking about this earlier, me and Pornstar. The Oakland Athletics have left Oakland, are going to play at some little rinky-dink ballpark because their stadium in Vegas is not built. However, the city has to pay up, I think, $30 million in renovations and improvements to keep the team there. And the city doesn't want to pay the money. like he was telling me earlier, hello, bankruptcy, they're broke because the Raiders done bolted to Vegas, and now here is the Athletics bolting to Vegas. Obviously, Vegas is doing something right to get these teams over there, because the Raiders has been in Oakland for, I can't remember. I mean, honestly, as long as I can remember, they've been in Oakland or in L.A. areas, so to speak, because I think it's something that what's her name? I forget her name now. Posted on her little thingamabobber. That's the thing. Why do we need to keep building stadiums? I mean, SoFi Field is where the Chargers and the Rams play. I think the owner of the team paid like $2 billion for it to be built. He didn't go to the city and ask for money. He built it himself. I mean, I don't understand it, but Steve, I got a few more things with NASCAR.
Okay, and I was going to say, in the cost of building these stadiums, I mean, yeah, the average everyday working stiff can barely afford, to go to a game. These cost up $10 for a beer, and I mean they'll have some deals once in a while, but who wants to sit up in the nosebleed section?
Well, actually, the Atlanta Braves, I believe, have kept their concession prices low. I do not know about ticket prices, but I do remember hearing that they have like $5 for a drink or a beer, $3 for a hot dog. Now, I could be mistaken. Don't take my word as gospel on this, because I remember this story posted that they have the lowest concession prices in MLB, in the MLB.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. Because me and the dingy one there were looking to go on vacation. We were actually looking to go to Cincinnati this year.
Okay.
That's wrong every time. To go to a Cardinals and Reds game and get to meet some of our friends over there. But, we're having to postpone that trip for another year because of, financial problems.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Still, we were planning on having the money to go. We had our budget set down, but, something happened. But now, Steve, I got a few more things in NASCAR, but I tell you what, I'm going to hold off on that till tomorrow night or tomorrow morning. So you have a good morning. I'm fixing to go hit the bed.
All right. Well, thank you much. Update there. Okay, Major League Baseball. I don't know. The story said that there's actually a number of teams. There's a number of teams in the midst of possible ownership changes, or have recently explored the possibility, including the White Sox, the Twins, the Guardians, the Angels, the Nationals, and now the Rays. Industry headlines. All right, this doesn't sound real good for the drivers out there that, and there's hundreds of them potentially that could be impacted by this. We've seen this before when a company goes belly up and drivers end up stranded all over the country. The bankruptcy action of CalFreight, with its charges of corruption in the background, is approaching a do-or-die point, according to a filing in the case, with motions and counter motions flying back and forth last week in the bankruptcy court in Texas. Key takeaways from those motions are that CalFreight still has plenty of trucks on the road, and that's an issue. The goal of a Chapter 11, which is to allow a company to reorganize its ownership and debt and continue operating, is not happening in the case of CalFreight. Barring some sort of a miracle, the company is closing down, and it will be soon, according to this from Freight Raves this past day. I think this was their top story. As the Committee of Unsecured Creditors said in a filing in the bankruptcy court, they used the do-or-die analogy. There are only two possible outcomes that remain. Number one, a consensual plan of liquidation, or number two, a conversion to Chapter 7. A quick conversion to 7, though, a section of bankruptcy law for companies liquidating rather than reorganizing, is raising objections from some creditors Their concerns are not only the physical assets that might grant them a level of compensation for their unpaid debts would be scattered all over the country if they rapidly converted to Chapter 7, but that drivers would be stranded. The chaotic end to a trucking company has precedence. The wind down of Celadon, you'll recall, in late 2019, found some drivers stranded with their fuel cards canceled. Now, in a joint filing last week by Triumph Financial and Daimler Truck Financial Services, the two companies argued against a quick conversion of CalFreight's bankruptcy to Chapter 7. The potential consequences of that action to both equipment and drivers was the core of their argument. Both companies, the companies were very stark in their declaration about the future of CalFreight. The parties to these cases agree that CalFreight is not financially able to continue operations for an extended period. The parties to these cases agree that a sale of substantially all the assets of the estates is not possible. Accordingly, the debtors will eventually need to convert to Chapter 7 or confirm a plan of liquidation. Now, Triumph and Daimler laid out the amount of that CalFreight still had out on the road. As of February 20, more than 800 loads with the value between $30 and $50 million. That means there may be over 800 drivers, trucks, and trailers spread all over the country. Now, they said an immediate conversion and termination of funding of cash cards for these drivers could leave drivers, customers' cargo, trucks, and trailers stranded, unprotected, and at severe risk. So, CalFreight, the days are numbered. I'm pretty much saying they're in a do-or-die situation right about now. All right, we'll get back to your calls ahead. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, it's been a while since we've heard from the Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I'm a little confused by the subject you're talking about tonight of why Trump is, implementing all these tariffs on other countries. And I'm starting to realize that some of the stuff that you were talking about aluminum and steel. You know, we have to go back and we have to look at what forced those companies to move out of our country in the first place. You need to look at that. And the answer is government regulations, taxes, force them out of our country. All right. Another thing, why are we buying electricity from Canada? Why?
Several have asked that same question, yes. Yep.
Right. I have an answer for that. When was the last time we built power plants in this country? When was the last time we built power plants? Why is California having power problems or electricity problem or shortage during the summer? Why is Texas having the same problem? You know, we're relying on windmills and solar panels. It's not producing enough electricity. It seems like our country is the only country in the world that cares about the environment. We're the only country in the world that cares. It's ridiculous. It's driving us. It's getting to the point we can't even sustain our own country. We're depending upon other countries for resources. It's ridiculous. You know? And a friend of mine thinks he can win an argument, and my sister is a liberal, and he thinks he can win an argument with a liberal. Well, then why is it liberals keep getting voted back in? How does California keep voting these liberals back into office, Steve? Why? If you know, I'm like you. I don't argue with liberals. I don't. And when it comes to my sister and my family, it's a subject I will not discuss. It's family. And I love my family. I'm not looking for a war. I'm not looking at trying to prove a point. My sister was criticizing Trump when he got in office for pardoning the people on January 6th.
Right.
But remember, these people were probably guilty of vandalism, destruction of property, and probably assault. They were not, but yet Biden pardoned individuals who were guilty of murder and rape. Am I right or wrong on that, Steve? I mean,
all the federal death row inmates, they're not going to get the death penalty. We know that. And some of those were, the worst of the worst. Yeah, but they're going to still spend life in prison. Now, I don't know the category of, because there were several thousand inmates that got pardons or commutations, but.
Well, I mean, and I've been listening to your show for quite some time, and that September 6th, there were some of the people, and I heard it on your show, that they were in jail, and were not given due process.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't even know why they were there or what the charges were against them. So they're being held in jail, not knowing.
Yep.
What their charges were, and they were being held and were not given a speedy trial, which is what our Constitution says that we have a right to. So, and yes, that's wrong, and I heard that right on your show.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that I got a hair on my butt. I'm saying to myself, why is Trump charging all these penalties against countries? And I'm saying to myself, it's just, I'm just a little confused. I know the answer is there. I mean, I could see what's going on, but NAFTA was part of the problem, I mean, why did all these companies leave in the first place? I don't understand why our government encouraged that, It's getting ridiculous. Why did car makers move out of this country? Why are they in Canada and Mexico? Cheaper labor, less taxes, and less government regulations. Now let's talk about the environmental regulations. I am a truck driver working for a company in the Midwest, and we had a meeting here, Steve, in the last 30 days talking about the new environmental regulations on emission from diesel engines.
Yeah.
And according to our maintenance department, they actually are trying to prepare for that. Okay, my question is why are we the only country in the world that's worried about that? Why? See, that's what I'm confused. You know, our country's causing a lot of these problems, Steve.
Yeah, most
our
of
country.
The environmental all that environmental mandates for the cars and the trucks, that's all being turned around under the Trump administration. The clean new trucks deal, that's all being reversed.
Yes.
And we know the electric vehicle mandate, that's gone. They just met earlier this week talking about, we're going back to a focus on, drill, baby, drill, fossil fuels, the internal combustion engine. It's a night and day difference from the Biden administration to what we're facing now over the next 4 years. All right, what else on the list here? The Education Department, I guess they're next on the chopping block. Education Department offices will be closed today. Staff at the Department of Education got a notice this past afternoon instructing them to leave the building by 6 p.m. In their local time, and informing them that all department offices in D.C. as well as regional offices are closed today. Let's see, from James Harefield of the Office of Security, Facilities, and Logistics said that they're being closed today for security reasons. Staff with approved telework agreements were told they can work from home today. They were instructed, bring your laptop home when you leave the office Tuesday. Employees will not be permitted in any Education Department facility today for any reason, according to the email. Offices will reopen Thursday, at which time in-person presence will resume. But this was just hours before the department announced they would be cutting their workforce nearly in half. And I guess that's starting March 21. Education Department right now, 4,133 employees. They're going to cut that to 2,183. Employees who were being laid off would be placed on leave beginning, again, March 21. So big time restructuring at the Education Department.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protests continue calling for the release of former Columbia grad student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. Hundreds of people gathered at Manhattan's Washington Square Park today.
We want freedom for Mahmoud Khalil from the hands of the Department of Homeland Security.
Khalil is a permanent resident with a green card, and he helped fuel the anti-Israel protest that began last year. House Speaker Mike Johnson says anyone on a student visa who preys upon their Jewish classmates should return home. Khalil, who has not been charged with a crime, is being held at a detention center in Louisiana. A deportation hearing is set for tomorrow. The NTSB is concerned about future accidents. This comes after the mid-air collision between an American Airlines passenger jet and an Army helicopter. There were over 15,000 close proximity events between helicopters and jets between 2021 and 2024 near Reagan Airport. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So real quick, like back to the Department of Education, you've got the new Education Department Secretary, Linda McMahon. She said word went out to all the employees that are going to be affected by these cuts this past day. I've done restructuring in the private sector, and we do it as humanitarian as you can for those that are going to be leaving. It's always difficult. They said affected employees will be placed on administrative leave March 21 and receive full pay and benefits until June 9. Their severance packages include 1 week of pay for every year of employment up to 10 years and 2 weeks for each of the next 5 years. Now, she was, of course, confirmed as Education Secretary in the Senate on March 3rd. She said the consolidation, there are programs that are duplicative. The department's going to save about $500 billion with what we've done so far. When we looked across the Department of Education, we've been working with DOGE and the audit that they came in and showed us a lot of these programs that were doing the same thing. And when you looked at like 130 departments that each had their human resources and information technology and office managers, sometimes in an office that only had 5 people, we consolidated a lot of that. Now, this is not going to do anything to affect the outward-facing programs, our Pell Grants, our loans, the appropriations that are coming from Congress. All that will continue to be fulfilled. This is really just internal bureaucracy. It's moving people out of a couple of their buildings in Washington, consolidating them, so we're actually freeing up real estate. So cutting things in half there. 844-844-3388. See what Knucklebuster has going on. Hump Day, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Has Horse Feather called in yet?
No. Would you like to back him up?
Oh, yeah. Hey. TTT, what day is it? It's Wednesday. Hey, hallelujah. Thank goodness. Halfway through the week. I'll let him do the Mike and all that stuff. I don't even know who the hell Mike is. I don't even know who Becky is. Right?
Yeah, boy, Mike. That's the camel in the Geico commercials. Remember that when he said, the camel would walk into the oven and say, "Hey, Mike. Anybody know what day it is? Hump Day."
I know that's right. I'm glad it is Hump Day. I'm ready for this week to be over already. There. Well, old Douglas Magoo and his dim-wit cackling Harris, they put a hurt on this country, But I'm glad they're gone anyway, and Trump, all this mess didn't happen overnight, and it ain't going to get straightened out overnight, so just keep bearing faith there, don't.
One day at a time.
Don't get that buyer's remorse there,
Mm-hmm.
We've got all the money in the world to do anything we want to. See, the only problem is it's in everybody's back pocket or their bank account. It's in the bank controls the tea in there, I got news from truck drivers. They don't need to let their truck get under a half a tank of fuel there. When I get to a half a tank of fuel, I go back in there and fuel up there. I'm not walking home anywhere, I think I made a note. I can't even remember what the hell I was going to say about it. Tires and wheels.
Yeah.
I'll think of it here in a little bit. You and I were talking last night. Insurance, that's the reason all this stuff, automatic braking, cameras, you name it. They're the ones after it, buddy. I guarantee you. If you don't think they ain't pushing hard, they're $1 billion industry. So, I saw an article that Doge and the agencies canceled 200,000 federal government credit cards.
Yes, that yesterday. That is correct.
Yeah, I like that idea. I'm almost totally 100% debt free. I don't like but a little bit there. So, Steve, did you read about that nude woman that robbed a local bank?
I can't say that I did. What did I miss?
No eyewitness can remember what her face looked like, Steve.
That's good. Yeah, right? Oh, boy.
I know that's right. I told you last night I was going to get a new job with that breast cancer screening place there because they said that they were the breast experts. I called them today trying to get known, and they told me I was overqualified, see.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, y'all don't need somebody to sit back and just make sure y'all are doing it right? They said they already had that covered, and I said, well, if you ever get open and call me and let me know, and they said they would there, so I don't know. This was on, I don't got who this was from. Brittany Mahomes is very proud of her breast milk supply, and I am too, see. I guarantee you, if she can put it out there. So, that's all my bull on it for this go around there. I'm still trying to remember what that woman's face looked like that robbed that bank there. So.
I don't think that's going to come back to you. You weren't looking at that. He mentioned the credit cards. Yes, I had that story. This is a part of Doge looking at all these hundreds of thousands of government-issued cards. And when you start going through the charges, the purchases, what are we using these cards for? Another, 3.9 million in transactions. Another 1.2 billion that weren't even reviewed by supervisors, according to the Inspector General. Overall, Musk's Doge uncovered more than 4 million government credit cards responsible for 900 million transactions. Some of these transactions being used on the likes of nightclubs, casinos, mobile app stores, bars, major sporting events, including the Super Bowl. So a government-issued credit card is basically a credit card that's on the dime of the American taxpayer. Yeah, we're paying for them. Who do we pay for to go to the Super Bowl? 200,000 credit cards connecting to 16 different federal agencies have now been deactivated. Many of them were unused or unneeded. Doge shared the news on his post this past day, said weekly credit card update. The pilot program with 16 agencies to audit unused or unneeded credit cards. After 3 weeks, 200,000 cards deactivated. Great progress this past week. Now, the department noted as a reminder at the start of the audit, there were 4.6 million active cards and or accounts. We've got a lot of work yet to be done. Social media users quick to share their thoughts on the cancellation of cards. There appears to have never been a manager or human resources person who audited anything or even closed anything out. I'm in disbelief at how very little functioned well, one person says. Dozed the hell out of those credit cards, says another. All right, they go through all the various 16 departments that are having cards canceled. The Interior Department saw the largest number of card terminations with nearly 20,000 purchase cards and nearly 40,000 travel cards canceled. Health and Human Services at number 2, more than 43,700 travel credit cards and 2,235 purchase cards canceled. Yeah, the Pentagon holds many credit cards and has spent and wasted a lot of money. Yeah, last month the Inspector General said 500,000 in transactions, casinos, as I said, bars, nightclubs. Another 3.9 million in transactions, totally 1.2 billion, not even reviewed by supervisors. People just, I guess the government's been running amok. And that doesn't necessarily mean Republican or Democrat. There's no party lines on this. It's just government agencies with no accountability. All right, let's see what Eagle has on his mind here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, Steve, before I get to the politics thing, I want to talk about some truck driving deals, since this is a truck driving show. Things that I noticed today, and truck drivers need to take take heed to what I'm about to say. Okay, I was in Kentucky today, Steve, in Louisville, Kentucky. And, there's a trucking problem. Interstate 65 is a highly traveled interstate, goes from the bottom of Alabama all the way up to Chicago. 65 runs north and south. And there's a lot of traffic going through Louisville, heading up to Chicago area. Okay, there's not enough parking in Louisville. They having the truck show. I don't know, you probably know them. You probably heard about the problems. They don't have enough truck parking in the Louisville area. They basically only have one truck stop, and that truck stop is full. Pilot truck stop, and that thing is full 24 hours a day. Plus, it's a dump. At that, there really is no good place to park your truck in the Louisville area, to be honest with you, Steve. Okay, so as I was driving today, headed south, headed back towards Nashville, they have rest areas in Kentucky. And you've talked about, other drivers have talked about it. These guys that decide to make a parking space on the ramps of these rest areas. They got signs all over the ramps saying no truck parking on the ramps, due to the fact you got guys that pull in there. Steve, I seen guys go into the rest area running 60, 70 miles an hour, don't even hit the brakes or none of you. They just had a member last year. They had a bad accident where a truck went into a rest area and hit a truck sitting on a ramp. Okay, well, Kentucky is enforcing that, and you can listen, or either you can cost yourself some money out of your pocket. If you park on a ramp in Kentucky, they got the DOT man that's coming out there early in the morning. When I drove by this morning, there was about 4 or 5 DOT police cars with their lights on behind trucks that was parked on the ramp. I don't know what the fine is for that, but I'm pretty sure everything is exaggerated with truck drivers, so it's probably $200 or $300 ticket. And they might even put points on your record. You never know with these people nowadays. And it's an unnecessary ticket. Money out of your pocket. I know you're trying to take your 10-hour break, but they got signs all over the ramp saying no truck parking. And at first I used to be disappointed about it, but now I see the way some of these new drivers drive. They don't respect nobody, and like I said, they pull into a rest area running 50, 60 miles an hour, and the bad things happen. You run into the back of another truck, or you might have a drunk driver driving, and he run into the back of one of the trucks parked on the ramp. So they don't want trucks parked on the ramps in Kentucky. And a lot of other states are the same way, and you really can't blame them. So if my advice to people is, I know it's hard to find a place to park in the Kentucky area, not a good place for trucks, but you better continue driving and find somewhere else to park it, unless you want to give your hard-earned money to the DOT man. Now, getting to another aspect, Steve, getting to the politics situation. Now, I did not tell you last night that guy, the premier of Canada, was nothing but a bunch of hot air. He was talking a lot of trash for the last 2 or 3 days about turning the power off and putting surcharges on electricity. And Donald Trump, when he woke up, he must have been in a bad mood this morning, because all hell broke loose when Donald Trump was talking about what he was going to. He was talking about going up to 50% of taxes and tariffs on Canada. And you see how quick all of a sudden I seen that guy on a video. Now he's making videos talking about that he changed his mind, that they don't have to worry about him turning the power off, that he wants to come to the table. I think he even said that he was going to try to go to Washington, D.C. and talk to some people. Yeah, you see how quick they changed their attitude, Steve. That's what Donald Trump is trying to tell these people. You can't play nice guy with these people and continue to let us rip you off. Sometimes you have to be a jerk, and that's exactly what Donald Trump did. You have to call the guy's bluff. And I knew he was bluffing, because, like I told you 2 or 3 nights ago, if you're going to turn the lights out, turn them out. Don't threaten, like Trump said in his on his Truth Social today. He the same thing I've been saying. He put it on Truth Social. You're threatening innocent Americans in New York City and other cities with turning out the power. That's extortion, as far as I'm concerned. A lot of people are concerned. You don't make threats like that against people that have nothing to do with the situation, talking about turning these people's lights out. It's not right. And you know all hell would break loose. What if the United States controlled the power in Canada, and Donald Trump said he turned the lights out in Canada? All hell would break. That would get the liberals in this country. Can you imagine the reaction of those jerks in America, Steve, if Trump threatened to turn the power out in Canada? So the same thing goes for them, brother. That's the way I see it. This guy here, he has no right to issue that type of threat against America. I can understand him wanting to take American products off the shelf. Cool, no problem, because the U.S. can do the same. But when you're threatening the people's livelihood, when you're talking to New York City is the biggest city in America, Steve, most populated city in this country, and he got the nerve to say he's going to turn the power off. So, yeah, I take offense. What'd you say?
I don't think they're supplying power like to upstate New York and parts of Minnesota and like northern Michigan. It's not New York City, but nonetheless, like 1.5 million people in total. And, Trump's tough talk. The back and forth, I think Doug Ford realized, you know what, we're not going to win this. We better go to the bargaining table. Let's talk about this, huh? Yeah, we're going to maybe make some adjustments to the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, USMCA. And it's 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hello to the tapeworm in the house. Said hauled an oversized load from Savannah, Georgia, up here to Nashville, Tennessee. Stay safe out there tonight, drivers. Buckeye Boy, referencing the January Sixers. Who was it that earlier mentioned that most should have been charged with vandalism or whatever, but there were a handful that were actually destroying property, breaking out windows and things of that nature, but very few of them were jailed. Very few that were actually jailed. Most of them did not assault anyone. Most that were arrested should have been let go for maybe trespassing. That was it. You know, the praying grandmother that simply walked through the door, walked through the Capitol, and exited a matter of minutes later trying to charge her. Yeah, the fact is, the Department of Justice hated Trump so much they wanted to punish anyone that supported the guy. That is the fact. And like I said, there were those that were actually picking up some of the barricades, throwing them at law enforcement. Those people were assaulting officers. Deserved to be charged. Hello to Roy, Northwest Illinois, said Trump just bought an $80,000 Tesla. I thought he was pro-gasoline. No, he is pro-choose the vehicle you want. He's made it abundantly clear. You want to buy an electric vehicle? Buy one. You want an internal combustion engine? Buy one. You want a hybrid? You should have the choice to buy what you want. Simply overturning the Biden mandate that was forcing the elimination of the internal combustion engine, forcing all of us to go electric at some point in time in the next several years. That was their plan. This is really just a kind of a show of support for Elon Musk. They've got these protests going on at dealerships all over the country, damaging Tesla vehicles, damaging their lots. And Elon's done so much to help Trump for free, heading up this Department of Government Efficiency. He's just kind of letting the world know, I support Elon Musk. I am not anti-electric vehicle. All right, Hired Gun, good morning, all the cool kids out there checking in from Northwest Georgia. 47 degrees on the back porch. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Keep the painted side on top. Yeah, last week I got the chance to look over a brand new open-top rail car in downtown Atlanta. The body was made in Canada. The running gear, air control valves were made in Mexico. Not a single American-made part. Doesn't surprise me. There's Alan. Good morning, Steve. Driving through the Sunshine State this morning. All right, as we roll toward news break, who we got on board? I think Plowboy's coming up here to send your heat wave and room for you at 844-3388. Yes, heat wave last evening was asking about the bridge that was the overpass that was struck. I guess one of them was way out west there somewhere, and it was on Tuesday, and it was Virginia, actually. The overpass strike Tuesday morning. Okay, the crash about 9:30 a.m. this past Tuesday, I-95 south at the mile marker 83 in Henrico, Virginia. This was, again, a truck hauling an excavator on I-95 that struck the overpass. Debris from the overpass then triggered a crash involving 5 additional vehicles. No major injuries, but crews were on the scene, of course, had to inspect the overpass for damage. It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. Got a new day coming on. We turn the page on the calendar, 12th day of March. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House narrowly passed a 6-month funding bill to prevent a government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
This clean CR contains no poison pill riders, no policy riders there at all, no cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security, 0, no cuts to veterans benefits, 0. In fact, as was noted, we plus up the accounts for veterans.
The proposal now heads to the Senate, where its fate remains uncertain. The government shutdown deadline is Friday night. The Department of Education staff are reportedly being told offices will be closed tomorrow.
Staff received an email Tuesday notifying them they had to vacate the department's D.C. headquarters as well as its buildings in Maryland and Virginia by 6 p.m. The email said the closure is for security reasons. It added that no employees would be allowed in the buildings on Wednesday for any reason, and they would reopen Thursday. Last week, reports said President Trump is preparing to sign an executive order that aims to dissolve the education department. I'm Brian Shook.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is weighing in on the ICE arrest of Columbia grad student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil as protests continue.
Supporters of Khalil, a leader of pro-Hamas anti-Israel demonstrations on campus, staging a walkout at Columbia Tuesday, calling for his release. Security standing by, helicopters hovering overhead. Khalil remains in custody in Louisiana after agents told him his visa was being revoked. Hochul reiterating she does condemn any form of anti-Semitism.
But I also think that our federal immigration focus needs to be on dangerous criminals, and in this particular case, the facts are not clear.
She says a judge should decide. A hearing is set for tomorrow after a federal judge Monday temporarily blocked efforts by the Trump administration to deport Khalil. Kristen Marks, NBC News Radio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A mistrial has been declared for the murder trial of a California judge accused of shooting and killing his wife.
The jury split 11-1 on the second-degree murder charge for Jeffrey Ferguson.
Hung jury is part of the process. It's also a success in its own way.
That's defense attorney Cameron Talley. Deliberations had been going on the past 8 days. Ferguson was charged with the murder of his 65-year-old wife. He claimed he shot his wife, but that the gun accidentally went off. A lesser charge of manslaughter was also on the table, but only if the jury agreed to acquit on the murder charge. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A federal jury awarded 2 men exonerated of a 2003 Chicago murder $60 million apiece.
John Fulton spoke following the historic jury verdict.
This is what the face of justice looks like. Justice is finally here, and we got a lot of work to do. There are a lot of people that are just like me that are wrongfully incarcerated in the justice system, and they need to be brought home too.
Fulton and Anthony Mitchell filed lawsuits claiming they were forced into giving false confessions, which sent them both behind bars more than 15 years. The men were teenagers when they were arrested for the 2003 murder of Christopher Collazo. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Police in Linwood, Washington are trying to identify suspects who vandalized 6 Tesla Cybertrucks over the weekend.
The Cybertrucks were spray-painted with swastikas. They were parked at a Tesla dealership. Investigators don't know whether it's the same suspects responsible for fires that damaged or destroyed 4 Cybertrucks in Seattle's Soto neighborhood Sunday night. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, as we roll into hour number 3, coming up this hour, we'll delve a little bit into the Truckload Carriers Association assessment that there is no question the landscape of the trucking industry is going to change as version 2.0 of the Trump administration takes shape in D.C. Many analysts believe hope is on the horizon following what could well be one of the longest-running economic downturns in the trucking industry's history. As the Truckload Carriers Association and other industry organizations push for change in federal laws, regulations, trucking stakeholders hope for improvements in the legal arena. They had a sit down with a big law firm about some of the top legal issues that are facing the trucking industry today. And they kind of broke down their top 5 concerns. And as I said, we'll delve into that a bit here in hour number 3. Plowboy, what's going on?
Well, good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much. I heard my name mentioned, so I thought I'd try to answer Brain Dead's question. Kansas City Chiefs are owned by the Hunt family, multiple billionaires. And yes, they are wanting a new stadium for their Chiefs. Same way as the Royals been wanting to get a new stadium for the Royals. And I don't see it going to happen, especially out of the taxpayers' pocket, which is causing a little bit of problem. And I'm not for it. I could care less, really. That's just the way I feel. I'm not a big Chiefs fan. I'm not a big pro football or baseball fan. But now here's where it gets a little bit different. Kansas City, we're on the state line of Missouri and Kansas. Well, here's the catch-all. Missouri is predominantly red, with a red governor, and they're doing their best to run away from it. Well, you got on the other side of the line, you got Governor Kelly, died in a wool blue Democrat. So they're going to try to do their best to keep the Kansas City Chiefs in a Kansas City, but on the Kansas side if it ever goes to it. And this has came to a pretty good lot of talk on the Kansas side, I've heard. They're not past taking it away from the Missouri, but really, Steve, wherever it goes. I've even heard it where they're talking about maybe looking elsewhere. But I don't look for that to happen with a fan base. Now, that would throw war. I'm sorry. I'm really going to say something off-key, offline. If you're going to get paid $270-odd million over X amount of years, why don't they at least purchase the damn thing? If you want to play, you pay to play at the stadium, you're going to pay $3 million. You're going to net, some of these players, $10+ million a year. And that ain't no loss. That's the way I feel about it. But since have you seen anything I have not heard on your show
have you seen anything where that young man behind me, state is trying to push a 65-mile-an-hour speed limit for trucks in the state of New Mexico?
Yes, that's we hadn't hit on it yet, but that's over here in the industry headline. Go back to the split speed differentials. Yeah, right, 6 to 10 miles per hour less for trucks. That is correct.
Well, they can kiss my ass. That's all I can say. I'd never go west through that state again. I'm sorry. I guess we got a bunch of crybabies out there. No. Nah, it's not that. It's these damn four-wheelers getting behind these slow trucks. And yes, I admit we got a few of them out there. And yes, I've seen a line of them. But we don't need that. New Mexico's been 75. They're the first ones that kicked it off between them and Arizona at the 75-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's nothing wrong with it. But no, heat wave. I'll take up presidency if we're going to vote for it. I'd vote it out in a heartbeat. But okay, now we had night before last. It was brought up. You said something about barbecue Robin. Sir, I've not heard out of that.
It's been a long time. Years.
Sir, last Christmas, I sent him a meme in a Christmas card, Merry Christmas. I never got an answer back from that young man. I've never heard anything during the football season. I was generally he's poking fun of my Alabama boys or Clemson or something going on. Never a word, sir. I don't know. I'm kind of worried about the boy. I've asked Fat Rat. Fat Rat hasn't heard hide or hair of him either, so I don't know. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. See, he had, let me just put it this way, male part, there's some damn type of a cancer he was fighting here 2 or 3 years ago. I hope I'm wrong. I just hope it hasn't come back to knock him out of trucking the worst. So I know he was taking some super drug back there, and he was supposed to got taken care of. Like I said, I'm just hoping and praying that it just goes.
I mean, we're friends on Facebook. It's Robin Clark, and I mean, the last posts I see were several folks wishing him happy birthday there back, like you said. Like I guess were you one of them? So like Doc Holliday, Lester, Graybeard. That was October of 2024, but I haven't seen anything posted by him since then.
Well, Christmas has been since then, and like I said, he did not answer mine. And did he answer anybody?
No,
thank you or anything on that post?
No responses. Nope.
Oh my God.
No.
My God. Now, I don't know. I don't know anybody down around Matthews, North Carolina. That's where he resides from. So I don't know, sir. Might be a sad day, but yeah, hell of a good guy, hell of a good friend. But other than that, I don't know too much, but I would like to thank Philip or whoever it was that calls in from Florida. Thanks for bringing that up between you and him about that tornado down there in Orlando. That was 5 miles from my aunt's house, and she is okay, luckily enough. But we did talk to her tonight. So other than that, enjoying the day, and looks like we're going to see damn near 80 degrees. So before this violent weather hits in, are we going to get to see the eclipse before that storms come through?
The eclipse is Thursday night, Friday morning. So I think areas out west, you're probably going to have a lot of cloud cover. Yeah, maybe folks along the East Coast and whatnot, probably in the best region to be able to see that. Yeah, Thursday night, Friday, total lunar eclipse, the blood red moon. Several people in recent days, a handful of you, ask, well, why in the hell are we relying on another country for electricity, right? Why are we allowing Canada? Donald Trump, via Truth Social, I guess, asked the same question, posting, why would our country allow another country to supply us with electricity, even for a small area? Who made these decisions and why? And can you imagine Canada stooping as low as to use electricity that so affects the lives of innocent people as a bargaining chip and a threat? They will pay a financial price for this so big that it'll be read about in the history books for many years to come. I don't know what time of day he made that post. But obviously yesterday, coming back strong in Canada after the threat. So they will indeed be meeting in Washington Thursday. That is the Ontario Premier Doug Ford, and I guess, what is it, the Commerce Secretary, whatever, in D.C., try to have some discussions about the USMCA. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, Plowboy mentioned New Mexico, no less. Yes, lawmakers are considering a bill to establish a lower speed limit for trucks. Senate Bill 226, or the Truck Tractor Max Speed Limit Bill, introduced by Senator George Munoz. If passed, the bill establishes a maximum speed of 65 for tractor trailers. Yeah, large trucks used for hauling trailers on New Mexico highways, of course, which is lower than the general speed limit of 75. The bill would also create a new penalty assessment of $250 for trucks exceeding the 65 speed limit, which would be included in the state's existing motor vehicle penalty schedule. Now, the speed limit would go in effect on July 1st of this year if it advances. Senate Bill 226 has already passed through the New Mexico Senate Transportation Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee. Of course, this would create that speed differential long opposed by many trucking groups, including OOIDA. increasing the interaction between trucks and passenger vehicles. There is no clean or substantial evidence that supports the use of different posted speed limits. Now, Munoz previously introduced legislation that was later passed into law requiring trucks to stay in the right lane of any 2 or more lane highway unless actively passing another vehicle. Yeah, that left lane ban also comes with a $250 violation. How about your leadership there in New Mexico, senor?
Sucks! That's all I can say.
Sucks.
So, to quote Taggart from Blazing Saddles, La Petame Thruway, what will that think of next? You know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. We got a bunch of jackasses up there that think they know better than the rest of us. Or they always say, follow the science, but they're not following
the science.
Physics.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, good night. Yeah, the trucks I drive, we're governed at 67. And that's with the cruise control. On the foot, 65. So, I mean, it really wouldn't affect our company a whole lot, but I mean, good Lord, they have not learned anything from the past, and I don't know how many states are left that has a split speed limit. I know that California, Oregon, and Washington State do, but I mean, you know, look at their crash history, the wrecks that they have compared to a state that's like Texas. You know, they were a split speed limit state. Now they're all the same speed. You know, in some areas it's however fast you can go. You know, so I'm sorry. I'm deeply embarrassed by our government in the state of New Mexico, and since I'm the lone representative on this show from New Mexico, I do offer my apologies.
I mean, so often we say that is it a money grab? You think it's $250 a pop? Is it a revenue generation scheme? I mean, we had fought state after state after state over decades, split speed differentials, and all the science, all the studies showed speed limit differentials create more accidents. How can they defy that science unless there's an ulterior motive? I think it's money.
Oh, it is. It has to be. I mean, well, then again, you know, you've got the stay in the right lane or pay a penalty. I haven't really seen anybody out there enforcing that one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure if they did, it would be substantial. And that's all it is. It's a damn money grab. We get more money from the gas and oil companies out there that are drilling and extracting, you know, the liquid gold, as Trump calls it. I mean, to the tune of 13 to 15 billion a year. And that goes into the state coffers. They just passed a $369 million increase on taxes. Why? There is no damn good reason for it. Yeah, they gave us veterans. That we passed a thing last November 5th that says any veteran, you know, from the armed services that was honorably discharged or, you know, less than honorable or a medical, you know, they're not going to do property taxes on them. I'm like, great. When the hell does that happen with me? I mean, we got a lot of veterans in our state, but they're pretty damn slow to put that into effect. So, and every time I'm at the house, I forget to call the tax assessor to find out. So I guess with that line of thinking, folks out there will say, well, it must not be that important to you. And they're probably right, you know, because I don't see it. It's in my mortgage. But, yeah, all I can do is apologize. It's a 55-45 split in the state. And you can tell it ain't totally red, but it's not totally blue, but I mean, it's getting to be a little shade of purple there. So, yeah, you were talking about the red moon that's supposed to come up. That's also called
Thursday
the blood
night.
moon, isn't it?
Correct.
Yep. There, I have a video, and it's cell phone footage of when we had the blood moon followed by the blue moon. I mean, it was just deep red, and then it turned to blue. And that was during the balloon fiesta. Oh, shoot, about 6 years ago, I'd say. So, but I was out in the middle of nowhere, and the student I had driving with me, he wanted to get out and take a look at it, and I figured, yeah, sure, hell, not a problem. So, I mean, we didn't have any lights, and man, I tell you what, that was a sight to behold. A blood moon and a blue moon at the same time. I don't know how often that happens, but that definitely stays with me. Yeah, you're talking about the cities or the owners of baseball teams and football teams wanting to have taxpayers fund, a building of a new facility for their team. Yeah, I guess it would be all right, provided you cut the damn ticket prices for people going in. I mean, they're already footing the bill for half to all of the construction costs to get a new facility. I mean, so why jack up the prices and charge them again to go in and see the sporting event? It just doesn't make no damn sense. I mean, you're robbing them one way, and then you're absolutely taking their wallet the next. So, and with all the money that these owners have, or these ownership groups, you would think that they could just pull it out of their pocket. Because, I mean, like Jerry Jones, well, he's got oil businesses. He's got other businesses to help him with his failing Cowboys. And I'm sure he probably went and asked for help to get his AT&T Stadium built. But, I mean, when are these owners going to realize, hey, the people out there are the ones that are supporting your team, buying your tickets, trying to buy your merchandise? Why hit them twice in taxes and then overpriced memorabilia? So I know when Albuquerque was, we were the home of the Dukes, which was the AAA ball team of the Dodgers. Well, they needed a new stadium, but the money wasn't there, so the Dukes moved, and I don't know where that team went to, but they built a new stadium. They left the field as it was, but I mean the stadium seating.
Hey, we got to pause there, but we'll be right back. Hold the thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says the State Department reserves the right to revoke a person's student visa. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Muhammad Khalil distributed pro-Hamas propaganda on campus that called for violence.
Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities. And he took advantage of that opportunity, of that privilege, by siding with terrorists.
This comes as Columbia University student Khalil remains at an immigration detention facility in Louisiana. The House has passed a 6-month funding bill to prevent a government shutdown, with all but one Republican supporting the 6-month stopgap measure.
The Republicans stood together, and we had one Democrat vote with us to do the right thing, and that is to fund the government.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, who says the bill freezes funding, and it's the responsible thing to do. The proposal now heads to the Senate, where its fate remains uncertain. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we're back. Let me finish up with Senor Heatwave here. So we left off there. Duke. They built a new stadium, and where do we go from there?
Well, that was during the height of the Simpsons. And you remember they had a softball team Mr. Burns had. I guess they were called the Isotopes. And when they built the stadium, they were trying to get a team back, and they did. But they couldn't figure out, what were they going to call them. They couldn't use the Dukes because that was copyrighted, and they'd have to pay a hell of a lot of money for it, for the name. So they had a contest, and they called themselves the Isotopes. The mayor at the time wasn't real happy about it, but it's like, hey, it ain't your team. And so they got a brand new stadium, and it's called The Lab.
The Lab. Okay.
And then the Lab. And they got a weird looking map between the Philly Fanatic and some kind of Fruit Loop you see there on the Muppet Show. So and they call them orbits. So hey, it works. I mean, it's a good draw. So, but I mean, they're not charging an exorbitant amount to see a AAA ball game, and now they're the AAA ball team of the Colorado Rockies. So, which figures, I mean, it's a little bit long to drive to Los Angeles on 40, 15, and 10, when you just go ahead and drive straight up 25 to see the parent team. But, of course, over the time, ticket prices have gone up, but I mean, not like $40 or $50 a ticket. So that's what good management does. So it's always a pleasure talking to you. And if I don't talk to you at least once a night, I just don't sleep good during the day. So.
All right, well, good to hear from you, Senor Heatwave. Thank you for checking in. You got it there. On down to the Sunshine State. Hello, Philip.
Hey, Steve. How you doing today, buddy?
Hey, it's hump day. We're halfway there, making progress.
Yeah, we just humping down right now down OI-4, going to the Mouse House to drive the train. So, hey, before I start, I want to have a little shout out to Hot Shot Secret, Steve. They're sponsoring one of my favorite races this week. I wish I was like you and had that flow racing thing, but the Texas 2K is happening right now down in Enos, Texas. Have you been watching any of that, Steve?
I have not. No, sir.
Okay, so if any of you guys out there got that flow racing, right now they're having the Texas 2K down there in Enos, Texas at the Motorplex, and it's drag racing, and there's a lot of different classes. It started this week. Hot Shot Secret has been sponsoring the eliminations and the qualification brackets, and I appreciate what they do. They sponsored all the qualifying yesterday, the first day of qualifying, and they play a pivotal role in that race, and I appreciate them. I think this is going to be the last year for it, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong, but if you guys get a chance you're in Enos, Texas this weekend, go down there and see those folks. You'll see some really good drag racing. They got exotic cars and the old school cars. They run in a lot of different classes. So if you get down there, check it out. And Hot Shot, I appreciate y'all sponsoring them and keeping it going. So, but Steve, I really appreciate what Plowboy said just a little while ago. I appreciate him and everybody. And one that I want to thank is Grump, and I want to thank Grump for this. Thank you for making people think. So, has anybody, Steve, out there Googled a tariff deficit? Have you Googled that, Steve?
I have not Googled it, but I mean, the trade deficit, someone, I think Roy posted some of the biggest deficits we had here in the last hour or so.
Okay, so, after I heard Grump talking about it yesterday, and, I'm just the average guy out here. I'm just the average guy out here on the street, and we don't pay attention to a lot of stuff, and we pay attention to some stuff. But this tariff deficit, if you check that out, think about it this way, Steve. We're buddies, right? So United States and Canada, we're buddies. I'm going to trade with you, you're going to trade with me. And it all started out, hey, dude, well, we're going to put 10% up. You put 10%. Okay, we're even across the board. Okay, well, then after so many years with certain things, that 10% has turned into 80%. And in some cases, it's turned into 50%. It just depends on what you're buying. All right, so you're going to buy it from me 10%, then you're going to sell it back to me as a finished product at 80% on, it's like, when is it evening out? Does that make sense, Steve?
And that's what Trump's been saying. That, yeah, absolutely. He accuses Canada of being the biggest tariff abuser of all.
Yeah, think of it this way. I can say it. I drive a car that's made in Canada. My little Honda, on the VIN number, I check the VIN number, it's made in Canada. Okay? So picture this. My little car, if it was being made today with the tariffs that we've got, okay, so Canada buys the aluminum and the steel that makes my little car, and they finish my little car up and they sell it back to me over here in the United States, that price is going to be a lot higher. They've been jabbing us on that side, whereas when they buy the raw stuff from us, they've been getting it for cheaper. Does that make sense, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the problem is. And something else that a lot of people don't understand, and I'm not taking Trump's side on this, I'm just the average guy out here who does research. I do research when I see things that concern me. Okay, so put it to you this way. What was this country started on, Steve? Wasn't it the Boston Tea Party that kind of started this country with taxation and all this stuff, right? Remember that? Remember that's in our history?
Absolutely.
And it had to do with taxes. Okay, so here's the spoof that a lot of people don't understand, and it's the angle I didn't understand until a little while ago when I did my research. Okay, so countries back in the day used to make their money for their countries off of tariffs. Okay? Those tariffs made the money for the governments. Now, if those tariffs aren't generating revenue for the government, where does the government go? It goes to us, the consumer, and puts more taxes on us. So we got to pay more taxes. Does that make sense, Steve?
Absolutely.
And that's the angle about this. That's why they're trying to make it where the government makes revenue off other countries who, quite frankly, should be paying their bill. Wasn't it President Trump that wanted Ukraine to step up to the plate and pay more money to the that are these countries? He wanted them to pay more money back in the day, for like NATO and stuff. I mean, wasn't that if you're going to play, you're going to pay, and that's pretty much what it means. So they're trying to leverage the money off and put it in the tariffs generating it, instead of us paying it out of our pocket when we pay our taxes. Does that make sense, Steve?
It's perfectly clear to me. I know what he's trying to do. It's just nobody likes a good old-fashioned trade war. But, I mean, it already looks like we're getting the edge when it comes to Canada, because they're going to come to the table and maybe renegotiate some of the points of the U.S.-Canada-Mexico agreement, which Trump did 4 years ago. Not 4 years ago, in his first 4 years, yeah.
And it boils down to this. If you're a partners, I don't care if you're Mexico, I don't care if you're Canada, I don't care if you're Germany, I don't care if you're Vietnam, I don't care whoever you are. If you want to be a partner with the United States, let's level the playing field and make it to where we're all profitable and we're all self-reliant. And that's what it is. That's what it's about. And I mean, how much did the market fall yesterday, Steve? How many points? Was it 300 or 400?
It was down 700 at some point. I don't know where the day ended.
Yeah, because I know I heard about the raise on the steel and the aluminum going to 50%. I heard about that. It was probably close to about noon yesterday. And I started watching it in the afternoon, and it was in the 350 to 400 range then. I don't know what it finished out at. I'd have to look.
It looks like it was down. Looks like it was down almost 500 points at the end of the day. But at some point, it was down 700. So,
yeah, and that's what it's about, And I appreciate Trump and I appreciate what he's doing. We're going to have to pay for it. I mean, it sucks. We're going to be paying different ways. When finished goods come into this country, we're going to be paying a lot more. But it is what it is. But if you look at all the countries that have that flip on us, it ain't just Canada. It's Germany, Vietnam. You're looking at a lot of countries that have been making the dough off of us for many years, Steve. Many, many years. And, with these companies taking production over to other countries, and that's what's doing it too, So that's what they're doing. They're spreading the love that way, So like when you need steel or you need aluminum from the United States, you're going to be paying more money for it. That's what the deal is. I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, you look at it that way, But I just thought I'd give a little explanation on what I've seen as just the average guy out here on the street. I hope y'all learn something from it. I hope so. If not, it is what it is. But I appreciate callers that make people think, and that's what we need to do. We need to think and be open-minded. So you have a good day, buddy. I appreciate everybody on the show. Thank you for having me.
All right. And when it comes to tariffs, trade deficits, they're different things, and most will say, well, tariffs won't ultimately have a great impact on trade deficits. I'm not the economist. I don't know. Yeah, but Roy shared some of the largest deficits with our trading partners. China's number one. A trade deficit of $295 billion, followed by Mexico at $172 billion, Vietnam $123, Ireland $87 billion, Germany $85, Taiwan $74 billion, Japan at $68 billion, South Korea $66 billion, Canada at $63 billion, India at $46 billion. Now, Roy said somebody was asking if, by looking at those numbers, why is Trump going so hard after Canada? Because they're like, what, number 8, 9, 10 on the list? There's a bunch of countries with a whole lot larger trade deficits. But all right, let me see what we got here. Pappy's on board. A hump day morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve? Listen, man, we love Knucklebuster, right? Love his calls, great calls. But Steve, man, I got to tell you, that was weak. That was weak, man. So we're going to try to do it again to make it official, if you don't mind.
Okay, all right.
You ready, Your Honor? Here we go. What day is it? What day is it, Your Honor?
Forgot to say Mike. Hey, Mike, it's hump day.
Oh, man, whatever. I guess somebody else needs to call in and make it official, man. I blew it. Man, Steve, a lot of what Philip said there was true, but it was kind of my understanding, the reason Trump started some of these, not all of them, but some of these tariffs, is that these other countries were charging us tariffs and we weren't charging them back or the same amount.
Correct.
He was like, this ain't fair. You're charging us 20%. We're only charging you 10. No. You're going to charge us 20. We're going to charge you 20. You want to lower it? Charge us 10. We'll charge you 10. I think that's what he was getting at, but Philip's absolutely right. Back, I think it was the turn of the century when they started doing property tax. Yeah, I mean, the government got their income through tariffs. There was no income tax until, I don't know the exact year, Steve, but I'm telling you, I believe it was the turn of the century. Might even have been in the 20s or 30s when they started this income tax thing. You Google that real quick and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was in the early 1900s. I think I said this before, and they were smart, Steve, when they did this. When they started having the companies, right, take your income tax straight out of your check where you don't even see it. Dude, that was the smartest thing they did, man. Just picture if you had to cut that check every April.
Right.
There'll be a lot of different opinions here. But yeah, what else is on the news here? Oh, yeah, Monica going into a ceasefire. We're going to see what Russia does here. We might have to be a little patient, Steve. This might go back and forth. So, we wake up one day here soon. Russia declines. This is going to go back and forth a little bit. So let's just hang in there. Give peace a chance. We could all sound like some whacked out liberals now and start singing. But we do need peace, Steve. I mean, a lot of people getting killed over there.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're, finally you got Zelensky to see the light, come to the table. I mean, I think we all pretty much saw through the fact that he came over here thinking he could convince Trump to continue writing those checks every few weeks. And no.
Steve, as soon as Trump stopped the intel, my understanding, Russia started pounding them, man. Pounding them hard. It was kind of like, see what could happen? And it's heard on your show tonight that we did some drone strikes on them. I just heard that tonight on your show. We were talking about it. So, yeah, man, I hope we get this problem resolved. I know Trump really wants to get it resolved. Hey, these attacks on these Tesla dealerships, Steve.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, they need to charge these people. This is obviously politically motivated. And if you read the definition of terrorism, when you commit violence for political gain or political reason, that's the exact term of terrorism. So they should jack these people up. You throw a brick through a Tesla window, and I'm telling you, Steve, they should try it. Charge them federally. They probably already made deals with these Soros-funded DA units, though. Hey, if they get arrested, we're gonna let them walk, right? I think in New York they said there was several arrested. In the tens, almost 100 people arrested in New York. I think jack them up, man. As long as the elements of the crime fit, which I believe they probably do. All right, brother, that's about all I got, man. Yeah, we got this blood moon rolling up here on Thursday night. I think about 02:30 something in the morning is when it's supposed to be. Dead nut. I'll be out there running around. So I have to pull over and check it out, I guess.
I mean,
man, if I'm right, Steve, if it's right at 02:30, that should be right by the hour for you.
Yeah. When it hits totality, it'll be in totality for 45 minutes, an hour, something like that. So,
yeah, and man, I wanted to say it was 2:30 something. So
right now,
get a good gander at it.
Some of the cloud cover models are kind of depicting that we might be in a poor position to see it with the cloud cover.
Go figure.
Yeah.
We'll
see.
Go figure. I did write this down, though. Gold was up to $2,930. Silver was up to $33, Steve. It ain't hit $33 in a month or two, and it went back down. I just checked it a few minutes ago before you brought me up here, and it was at $32.99.
Mm-hmm.
Info. So keep an eye on the silver, man. All right, appreciate you taking the call, Steve. We'll talk at you. Be safe.
Pappy, have a good morning. Enjoy the night off. Gonna be back on the road, out there patrolling, serving and protecting. Come Thursday night, Friday morning. All right, real quick here, as the the house cleaning continues in Washington, D.C., the National Intelligence Director, Tulsi Gabbard, announced earlier this week, I think it was Monday, that President Trump has ordered that security clearances be revoked and access to classified information be barred for some officials from the administration of the former president, Joe Biden. So we have former Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, former National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, former Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, who were among those individuals, as were New York Attorney General Letitia James and Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, both of whom prosecuted Trump. And she did advise the president's daily brief is no longer being provided to the former president, Joe Biden. Of course, did they even give him a daily brief when he was president? Because whatever they briefed him on, he probably forgot 30 minutes later or less, and he wasn't actually signing the documents anyway, but I digress. As we roll toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, got a Wednesday coming on. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. NASA announcing they will be closing several offices and reducing their workforce to comply with the executive order from President Trump. NASA's Office of Technology, Policy, and Strategy will be shuttered, as will the Office of the Chief Scientist and the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and the Accessibility branch of the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, according to the announcement via email on Monday. Yeah, more on that in our next hour. As we, close things up, got a Wednesday hump day coming on. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. says Ukraine is ready to accept a 30-day ceasefire in its war with Russia.
U.S. and Ukraine officials are meeting in Saudi Arabia, and Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is reporting Ukraine has walked away from past security guarantees in this new agreement.
What is in this joint statement is re-establishing the intelligence flow from the Americans for the Ukrainians, even in offensive operations.
The ceasefire is subject to acceptance and implementation by Russia. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump says he sees signs of his tariffs working.
Trump says there are reports of plants that were under construction in Canada and Mexico now moving to the U.S.
We're the biggest, we're the best, and I'm very optimistic.
He added that his tariffs were all about bringing jobs and manufacturing back to America. Trump said the U.S. has been treated very unfairly by its trading partners for decades. I'm Brian Shook.
The Department of Education is warning some 60 colleges and universities to protect Jewish students or risk losing federal funds.
In letters sent to schools across the country on Monday, the department said that the Civil Rights Act requires students to have uninterrupted access to campus facilities and educational opportunities. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon noted the pro-Palestinian protests that have broken out since the Israel-Hamas war started in 2023, calling them relentless anti-Semitic eruptions. Columbia University lost $400 million in federal grants and contracts for what the government says is continued inaction to protect Jewish students from discrimination. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A volatile day on Wall Street.
President Trump's decision to double tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum sparked an early sell-off, with the Dow plunging over 700 points at times. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 478 points. The S&P 500 lost 42 points. The Nasdaq fell 32 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Firefighters may see an elevated risk for developing brain cancer due to exposure to certain chemicals.
A recent report from the American Cancer Society studied a set of patients who had gliomas. It found the gene mutation was seen more with firefighters and individuals in other professions. The compounds in question are found in flame retardants, fire extinguishers, refrigerants, and pesticides that have been linked with the specific mutation that causes gliomas. The senior author and professor at Yale University School of Public Health acknowledged the study's results were preliminary. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
3 people are dead following a medical helicopter crash on Monday in rural Mississippi.
The Madison County Sheriff's Office says the chopper went down in a densely wooded area near the Natchez Trace. The helicopter was carrying 2 University of Mississippi Medical College employees and a pilot. Took off from a hospital in Jackson, and the flight lasted 27 minutes. It's not yet known what caused it to go down, but the FAA's investigating. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Oklahoma is the latest state to report positive cases of measles. The state's Department of Health says 2 people began showing symptoms after being exposed to measles associated with the outbreaks in Texas and New Mexico. Kendra Doherty of the Oklahoma State Department of Health spoke with KOTV.
One person that's infected can infect anywhere from 12 to 18 people if they are susceptible.
Texas has reported over 200 cases. New Mexico is up to 33. Most of the people infected have been unvaccinated children. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, looks like we got everybody on the same page here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. Russell checking in a bit earlier over the past hour. Says, hello, hope everybody at the secret bunker's doing well. You all truck drivers, keep it between the ditches, be safe. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Thank you very much. Is that sunshine? Morning, Steve. Made it to Erlanger, Kentucky. 53 degrees. I got to go fuel. Hello, Billy. Good morning to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day 47 in Beulahville, North Carolina. We're rolling up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Southport. 5-7 on board. Copy the mail. Go Navy. To the land down under, Sylvester. Hey, folks, it's kind of damp, 75 degrees here in Currambong, New South Wales. Now, I saw where the U.S. finally saw the Chinese ship circling Australia and New Zealand last week. It's the first time they've ever done that. Yeah, they're getting much more bold. Yeah, they're loving how the U.S. is abdicating its leadership around the world. All right, anybody else checking in there? Okay. James says, hey, good morning. All right, get ready for the wind. It's not going to be the end of the world, but I mean, come Friday, especially in that zone, there's portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Yeah, these are not going to be associated with thunderstorm activity. I mean, just the winds. Forecasters are saying it's probably been about since the year 2011 we've seen a storm with central pressure dropping to this sort of a level. And we're going to see winds 75 miles per hour. And a lot of 60, but especially in Texas, they're showing some 77 mile per hour winds potentially. Yeah, so dry conditions and any sort of a spark, a wildfire will rapidly spread. So again, it's nothing to panic about, but just be prepared. That's going to be strong enough to definitely cause some power outages. The winds will be dying down in those areas by Saturday. Just a windy day. We left off there, NASA cutting some departments to optimize our workforce. And in compliance with an executive order, NASA is beginning their phased approach to a reduction in force, known as an RIF. NASA officials issued a statement saying a small number of the individuals received notification Monday that they are part of NASA's RIF. If they're eligible, those employees may opt to participate in the Voluntary Early Retirement Authority or complete the RIF process, reduction in force. Now, the statement did not say how many employees would be laid off, nor did it identify the executive order in question, but it's likely the one that Trump issued January 20, the first day of his presidency, instructing the head of the Office of Management and Budget, the Attorney General, and the Director of the Office of Personnel Management to coordinate the termination of all discriminatory programs, including illegal DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility mandates, any other policies, programs, preferences, and activities in the federal government under whatever name they appear. January 22nd, NASA's acting administrator sent out an agency-wide memo announcing that steps were being taken to close all agency DEIA offices and all DEI-related contracts in accordance with the executive order, as well as a second related one. That was a January 22nd memo that was drafted by higher-ups in the Office of Personnel Management, as versions of it went out across multiple federal agencies, also directing employees to report attempts to hide, disguise, or otherwise protect DEI programs. Failure to inform on such efforts within 10 days may result in adverse consequences, said the memo. Now, more changes could be coming soon to NASA as well. For example, ARS Technica's Eric Berger reported that the Trump administration plans to cut funding for NASA science programs in the next fiscal year. It could be by as much as 50%. A drastic reduction, if enacted, would be nothing short of an extinction event for space science and exploration in the United States, according to the Planetary Society, which is a nonprofit exploration advocacy group. But we should learn the extent of the plan in short order. The Trump administration is expected to release their budget requests in the next few weeks. A lot of things going on. On the trucking side, the renewed effort to guarantee overtime for employee truckers underway once again. We did touch on it at the time, but last week, the Guaranteed Overtime for Truckers Act was introduced in the House and the Senate. They call it the GOT Truckers, G-O-T, Guaranteed Overtime. The bill would amend the Fair Labor Standards Act to remove the motor carrier overtime exemption. It does not require companies to pay drivers by the hour. The bill would simply require that truckers receive overtime compensation, 150% of their regular rate of pay for all of the hours beyond the standard 40-hour work week. OOIDA supports the GOT Truckers Act. They have launched a campaign on their Fighting for Truckers website if you'd like to learn more. The Fair Labor Standards Act denies truck drivers guaranteed overtime pay. Unlike nearly all other blue-collar employees, this means truckers are not guaranteed time and a half if they work more than 40 hours a week. Now, dealing with traffic, bad weather, delays, loading docks, since many truckers are often only paid for the miles they drive, they do not get fair pay for all the hours they work. This Fair Labor Standards Act serves to devalue a trucker's time. Now, as we've discussed many times before, the original intent of this in 1938 was to prevent truckers from being encouraged to work excessive hours. But the opposite has now happened over the years. In many cases, you're working as much as 70 hours in a week while receiving a base pay similar to someone who would make in a 40-hour work week. Representative Van Drew, who also introduced the bill in the previous Congress, said, "It's time to compensate truckers fairly. I, for one, do rise in support of removing the exemption under the Fair Labor Standards Act, denying truckers guaranteed overtime pay. Yeah, any other industry or business, when you work hours and hours over regular time, you get paid overtime. It's only fair, and truck drivers work harder than just about anyone else. So that makes it even more fair. Now, this would apply to company drivers. OOIDA contends forcing shippers and receivers to value the truck driver's time, though, would also benefit the owner-operators out there. This law will not tell the Department of Transportation how to regulate working hours or set pay rates for truckers. It merely levels the playing field for truckers and nearly every other worker in America, according to OOIDA. Hey, let's see what's happening with Daryl this Wednesday morning. Hey there.
Good morning. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well, to my knowledge. Haven't talked to the son, haven't seen Stryker in a few days, but everything doing all right. How about your world?
Doing fine, Steve. I talked to my grandson yesterday about the Stryker he drove in Iraq, and he said that it had a mortar out the back of it. But I was interested in the medevacs. They had a medevac Stryker, and it had 4 beds in it. And he said the medics got to sleep in those beds whenever they were out on patrol.
Yeah.
And do you have any idea how many they sent to the border?
I did not see an exact number. I mean, how many in a brigade, I guess was the term they used, a Stryker brigade?
Yeah. I would say maybe 30 or 40 with 3,000 troops. But what was interesting to me is the kids over there could take a piece of copper, melt it, and put it in a 7-Up or a Pepsi can, and put a hole right through the bottom of one of them. You're talking about low-key ammunition. Now, that was low-key ammunition. But it penetrated all that metal they put on it in Fairfield. Most of those Army trucks and cars and stuff were had the metal put on them here in Fairfield, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
That was used. You're talking about the tariffs. They sold Smithfield pork and ham and sausage company to the people in Hong Kong. And they compete with Jimmy Dean, and they compete with Bob Evans. And I'm wondering if Trump's not going to do something about that. That is a humongous company.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't belong to Hong Kong. It originated in Tennessee and was all through the Southland. You would go by and see stores that sold ham and bacon, and all that went to Hong Kong about 2 years ago. And I think that's what he's talking about, is bringing some of that back home. Have you got your dog trained yet?
It's a work in progress, Nothing happens overnight. Yeah, one day it seems like he's doing really good, and the next it's like, sit. I told you to sit. It can get frustrating.
I always heard that a dog was supposed to walk behind you whenever you went for a dog walk.
Yeah.
If he was a trained dog. My dog always pulled me down the street. I don't think I ever had a trained dog. But I had 2 dogs for 17 years, and I sure do miss them.
Mm-hmm.
You was talking about the truck drivers paying overtime. That would put most small companies out of business. I remember those 70-hour work weeks. I worked 70 hours week after week after week, hustling the mail and LTL and Montgomery Ward products across the country. And it is a long week. But a lot of times you have a co-driver, so you're in the bunk, sleeping 5 hours. Then they count that off duty. Then you're on 5 hours. Or some of them drive 10 hours on and 10 hours off. We just drove whatever we could and stay awake and stay alert.
Right.
While the buddy was in the bed asleep. But I don't see how the small companies could pay time and a half. And did you say Cal? What company did you say was going under and guys might not get home?
Oh, what the heck was that?
Is that Cal Freight?
I believe that was it. Yes.
I see those trucks all over the country when I travel.
K-A-L Freight. Yes, Cal Freight.
Yeah, that's a pretty big company. They have a lot of trucks out there. But I always felt sorry for those guys having to hitchhike back home and get a bus back home, and some of them didn't have money to get back home.
Absolutely, yeah. Nothing like being stranded 1,000 miles from home.
There used to be a company out of Cincinnati called Gateway.
Yes.
And I went over to St. Louis and slept at the Washington Hotel, and you'd see those guys come in, and they had to pay cash for their room. And we went in, and they put ours on the credit. But when those companies get in trouble like that, and they go to a motel, they have to pay cash. And I have an idea they have to pay cash for their fuel whenever they get this predicament.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of separates the boys from the girls. I'll let you go, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the truck show. And I love that gas Extreme. It sure kept my F-150 humming down the road. It rolled over 210,000 miles this week.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the endorsement, the thumbs up there. Yeah, you mentioned, Gateway. That's Gateway Distribution. Yeah, that's our old friend Wayne Carucci, who we used to have on the program on a fairly regular basis. He was, I don't know that he listens in anymore or not, but yeah, he had moved down to Florida. I'm doing a quick pull up via his LinkedIn page. Owner of Gateway Distribution, yeah. All right. 35 years, 38 years in the transportation business, still passionate about the industry as well as the brokerage business. Working with the next generation and a succession plan is pretty exciting. And I look forward to new leadership, he said, to propel Gateway into the next 30-plus years, providing the best in service, third-party logistics solutions. Yeah, Gateway Distribution, right here, Cincinnati, Ohio. It is 844-844-3388. Let me jump back over to old AOC. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She had an illegal alien working as her deputy communications director who said he has self-deported back to Colombia. Diego de la Vega was born in Ecuador, 7 years old when he entered the U.S. and then overstayed a visitor's visa for 23 years, living in New York City, the sanctuary city. In an interview, De La Vega says that while growing up, we lived in fear because we were not of the right status, but I had a pretty good childhood in New York. We worked hard, starting out at a basement apartment. We went to school, got jobs. Yeah, the former illegal alien says his political activism began with the DREAM Act in 2010, after it failed to pass into law. He started organizing for immigrant rights, first as a communications worker in the state assembly in New York, and then for Make the Road New York, which is an immigration rights organization. So that's 2 jobs he stole from legal citizens, right? Then it all came together. His work did not go unnoticed. Within a year, he was hired by Representative AOC in the re-election campaign, where he eventually became her deputy communications director. Alexandria comes from an organizing background herself. She likes to hire people who share that experience, he said. Okay, Diego is amazing, according to AOC. We love him. Well, De La Vega wanted to work on Capitol Hill. Well, thankfully, only legal citizens are allowed to work in national politics, which seems like a pretty smart law if you ask me. Because here's the bottom line about this particular dreamer, this DACA enrollee. See if you can spot the problem with Mr. Amazing Diego. In my late 20s, I began to seriously consider how precarious my future in the U.S. was. I thought about what would happen if I just left, if I went to Latin America, if I embraced my identity as a Latino instead of trying to fit the image of a picture-perfect immigrant. Yeah, not being able to leave the U.S. or visit my country was hard. And there you go. De La Vega had no desire to become an American. Yeah, he wanted citizenship, but that's very different from wanting to become an American. He lives here 23 out of his 31 years, still refers to Colombia as my country, wants to embrace his identity as a Latino rather than trying to fit the image of a picture-perfect immigrant, as he said. Yeah, I think no normal person wants immigrants like this guy living in the country, people who demean us while flying the flag of a foreign country. Now, for the writer of this particular report with the Western Journal said, when my wife and her family came here legally from Mexico, they desperately wanted to become Americans, to learn the language, embrace our ideals, our customs, and appreciate the prosperity this country offered. My wife is proud of her Mexican heritage, and in our beautiful melting pot, she's held on to some of the traditions she loves. But if you ask her what her country is, she will proudly say, America, as should be the case. So, self-deported. I guess maybe that's a whole part of Trump's push there, kind of letting them know, if you will self-deport, in the future, you may have the opportunity to come back legally. If you fail to self-deport and end up being rounded up and deported, you will not have an opportunity to return to this country in the future. A little bit of an incentive for some, and that's first one I've heard actually admitting they took advantage of the self-deportation process. All right, we're going to get a news break and back to it on a Hump Day Wednesday. Rolling to the late night, early morning hours. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. says Ukraine is ready to accept a 30-day ceasefire.
U.S. and Ukraine officials are meeting in Saudi Arabia, and Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is reporting Ukraine has walked away from past security guarantees in this new agreement.
What is in this joint statement is re-establishing the intelligence flow from the Americans for the Ukrainians, even in offensive operations.
The ceasefire is subject to acceptance and implementation by Russia. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump says he sees signs of his tariffs working.
Trump says there are reports of plants that were under construction in Canada and Mexico now moving to the U.S.
We're the biggest, we're the best, and I'm very optimistic.
He added that his tariffs were all about bringing jobs and manufacturing back to America. Trump said the U.S. has been treated very unfairly by its trading partners for decades. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Hump Day. I've seen a number of Facebook friends sharing this link about Facebook going to start charging a monthly fee. Like, if you've got a credit card on file for games or anything via Facebook. And I'm thinking, I hadn't heard anything about this. So I you do a little search. And I guess this is something that's been going around for several years now. People, 2023, some of the headlines. If you search, is Facebook going to begin charging users? Fact or fiction? Everything about the message is fiction. Facebook is not about to start charging people. This is shared, I guess it started from a Channel 13 News. There is no organization called Channel, whenever this started way back then. Snopes.com says false. Verifythis.com. No. You're not going to have, some of these say $4.99 a month. Some of them say $7.99 a month. All right, so, just disregard, all right? But this one is true. Trying to recall, I think it was my old boss, Daryl Parks, who had kind of shared here a few weeks ago, this boondoggle of, the Green New Deal, Biden administration putting out billions of dollars to purchase all these electric postal vehicles. Remember that? That is 100% correct. And what a debacle it has been, and yet another stunning example of government waste. The Biden administration's $3 billion scheme to convert the Postal Service fleet to electric vehicles has delivered nothing but empty promises. Skyrocketing costs, and a mere 93 vehicles out of the planned 50,000. Senator Joni Ernst, Representative Michael Cloud, leading the charge against this reckless taxpayer-funded disaster. They have introduced the Return to Sender Act, a bill aimed at clawing back the unspent billions that have been funneled into the failed U.S. Postal Service electric vehicle initiative under Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Biden's $3 billion EV fleet for the Postal Service is lost in the mail. As I mentioned, 93 of 50,000 vehicles have been delivered. I am canceling the order and returning the unspent money to sender, a.k.a. the taxpayers, according to Joni Ernst. Now, they originally placed their 50,000 vehicle order 3 years ago. But thanks to the bureaucratic mismanagement in Biden's radical green agenda, just 0.2% of those vehicles have made it to the streets, less than 1%, less than half of 1%. The cost of production continues to balloon, and the taxpayers are footing the bill for this non-existent fleet. The so-called Inflation Reduction Act funneled billions into a failed Postal Service electric vehicle project that has delivered nothing but delays, defective trucks, and skyrocketing costs. 3 years later, taxpayers are still waiting while the Postal Service refuses to provide basic transparency on where the money went. The Return to Sender Act takes back the $3 billion in taxpayer money that's been wasted. This is to repeal and rescind any remaining unobligated funds from the Inflation Reduction Act's U.S. Postal Service electric vehicle provision. The bill cancels this colossal waste of money before even more cash gets flushed down the drain. It targets specifically sections 7002 and 7003 of the Inflation Reduction Act, ensuring that billions in misused climate funds are reallocated to the American people rather than being used to prop up another one of Biden's green boondoggles. According to the press release, because of its ballooning cost and delays, the project was featured as one of the worst government boondoggles when Joni introduced her billion-dollar boondoggle act that will require the disclosure of any government project that's $1 billion over budget or 5 years behind schedule. We just keep digging this up. Billions here, billions. I think the latest update from Doge, they've hit like $105 billion in savings to the American taxpayers as of like last Friday. Isn't that 93 out of 50,000 vehicles, and those orders were placed 3 years ago. Defies all logic, if you ask me. Good morning, Vic. What's happening?
Oh, well, it's been a beautiful day over here, and I finally was able to get out and do some work and one thing and another, clean up the mess from my dog bite about a year ago. And that made me think about Trump and all of these different trade wars that they're talking about going on. And Canada not only has a trade dispute with us, they have a trade dispute with China. And Canada, I forget the exact amount of tariffs that they're going to put on EVs coming from China, but it made China mad enough that China said, well, we're going to put a 100% tariff on any rapeseed oil that we buy from Canada. So if Canada has other problems with their economy because of tariffs, it isn't all America, because China is also upset with Canada. And that got me thinking about Trump there, and he was talking about fentanyl. In Canada, they have the, they have the veterinary medicine, and they have the human medicine. And veterinarians are supposed to buy from the veterinary medicine program, and some have been buying from the human program. And again, was the deal with Trump talking about the fentanyl. Fentanyl is a freely available animal drug. Actually, they started out, they used to call it like the real strong part, the elephant tranquilizers and all that. So, when Trump was talking about starting a lot of these tariffs because of the fentanyl, there's a lot of fentanyl that is available in legitimate channels, and it's not too hard sometimes for someone working in those areas, like in a lab or something of that nature, to maybe kind of sneak a little bit of a part out of it, a little portion of the fentanyl off, and it doesn't sound like very much, but when it's multiplied by all the different lab work they do and everything else, it can amount up to a fair amount. They kind of make a little extracurricular income there. So the point is the Trump was with all these tariffs, make sure that it's on the economic end of it. And like Darryl talking about Smithfield Foods, I remember way back when that they were talking about that. And that even goes all the way down to Mexico. They have plants down there, and they also have feeding floors. And I know the matriarch of Smithfield Foods, she was very upset that her son had even entered into a deal there with China. And whenever they bought out Smithfield Foods, China took all the new equipment that they'd put into their packing plants and everything else, and all that went to China. So the reason I mentioned that was they were talking the other night about the coming back to some of these different plants and all this other. Well, when China would buy these places out, most of that technology went, the new equipment that went off to China, and they pretty well gutted all those plants. And I remember that several years ago that there was there in Evansville, they used to have a plant that made all the compressor parts and everything for Whirlpool, and of course Whirlpool made all the stuff for Sears and Kenmore appliances, and the company came in and they were taking all that. And I mentioned to a guy one time, I says, what are you doing with all the salvage? You know, why are you taking that down? You're not going to get much money out of salvage. And he said, this isn't being salvaged. It's all going to China. So what they would do was they would go take all that to China, and they'd complete everything except the tubing on those refrigeration units. They'd bring it back to America without the tubing in it for the refrigeration unit. So therefore, it had a lower duty on it. So it came in like that, and then there was another company over here that would make the tubing, and then they'd assemble the tubing together, and then it would go back to the different plants and everything. And that was clear back in the 80s that was going on. So China's gotten pretty proficient at knowing how to get around everything. We have a tomato war with Mexico. The only thing is, a lot of these companies don't actually use tomatoes anymore. They use the sauce and the paste that comes from China, and where they use slave labor, I guess is the best way to put it, to raise and process all those tomatoes. And then you're talking about the lumber coming out of Canada. The reason that had to happen was because back in the Carter years, Carter let bids on the forestry and those in the Forest Service, and the big companies come in and bid it so high that the little companies couldn't buy it, but they sat on it. They didn't harvest the timber. And then Reagan got elected, and he said, well, the price of the timber is too high, and that would really put a dent in these large companies, so we're going to forgive these leases. And that's not the way it's supposed to happen. When they buy any government lease, there's supposed to be a time limit on it, or they just forfeit their money. So anyway, the ways that they allowed them to make that happen and make money on that was, number one, they forgive the first bid, allowed them to rebid, and then when they went in there to harvest the timber, they allowed them to clear cut. And when they clear cut all the timber, then they didn't pick up their the treetops and all that type of stuff. So then that pretty much cut back on the amount of timber that would be growing over the years, and they started importing Canadian spruce. And then the gypsy moth hit, acid rain, one thing and another, and our forest has got pretty sorry shape. But I think by now they've kind of recovered. So Canada was talking about putting all these tariffs into lumber. So long story short, I hope someone does a deep dive into each individual thing, because each one has its own particular thing. China pretty well put the textile industry, which uses cotton, out of business, and those textile plants, they were kind of gutted out too. And there's very few what they call the yarn plants, where you take cotton and actually make yarn out of it, because most of the raw cotton is going to China. We're supplying them, with the cotton for them to make all these textiles, and on it goes. So I'm glad that Trump's doing something about it. But I know there are good people within the government that can sort all this stuff out and point out, here's how we need to claw this back and get our industry back. So that's the only point that I'm making, because I remember a long time ago I said to somebody, I said, well, there's one thing they can't export to that was the transportation industry. Boy, was I wrong. They turned around and leased a lot of ports to China, and whenever you see that, not not Costco, but not Costco, but Costco, China Ocean Shipping Company. That's where they brought stuff in on Chinese ships, and that's a Chinese container company. And China pretty well put the South Korean container shipping company, Hanjin, they put them out of business by just constantly lowering the rates and lowering the rates. And it just keeps going on and on and on. So whenever you talk about that I was just thinking about how we just basically folded our tent, and I don't know why somebody thought that it was a good idea, but somewhere along the line it got out of hand that we just keep going like that, and until until Trump came in and started saying, hey, we need to look at all this stuff. And you were mentioning those postal EVs there. They quit those several years ago. They used to be made down there in Georgia. I can't tell you the road anymore, but it was right there with the intersection of the U.S. Highway and the State Highway there, just, I don't know, about 20, 30 miles north of Atlanta. And whenever I was on the road there, I had to cut through there to go over and pick up paper and stuff. And they used to have all kinds of those postal vehicles out there, and they quit them because they weren't really all that dependable all across the country, because, you know, battery technology, everybody knows that in cold weather, batteries don't conduct electricity very well, and they don't do very well in hot weather either. And I don't believe anybody has ever solved that. So until they solve that, they're just going to constantly have problems with EVs.
So the old adage of neither rain nor sleet nor hail nor snow will stop the U.S. Postal Service. Yeah, that would not be the case, right? Where's the mail? Oh, the electric vehicle is out of juice. Yeah, we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Call this another example of just how out of control some of these government agencies have got. We've been for weeks talking about the USAID organization, which the name sounds like, oh, that's we're helping other people, we're helping U.S. aid, but that's not what it stood for. It's the U.S. Agency for International Development. which AID is short for that. Now, word this past day is a senior official of the U.S. Agency for International Development instructed the agency's remaining staff this past day, Tuesday, to pull classified and personal documents from their safes and shred and burn them. An email verified by the New York Times. And I quote, "Shred as many documents first and reserve the burn bags for when the shredder becomes unavailable or needs a break," says the email. An email written by acting USAID Executive Secretary Erica Y. Carr. The Times reported it's not clear if Carr got permission from the National Archives and Records Administration to destroy these documents. We've got a Federal Records Act from 1950 that mandates government workers obtain approval from the National Archives and Records Administration before destroying any documents. Now, USAID, the long tradition, they say, of operating front organizations on behalf of the CIA. They could have documents pertaining to national intelligence, as well as documents from court cases filed against Trump. The American Foreign Service Association, the union representing diplomats, posting a statement this past day that they were alarmed by reports that USAID has directed the destruction of classified and sensitive documents that may be relevant to ongoing litigation regarding the termination of USAID employees and the cessation of USAID grants. Federal law is clear. The preservation of government records is essential to transparency, accountability, and the integrity of the legal process. We call for full adherence to federal records preservation laws to ensure accountability and protect the rights of USAID employees. Now, again, that's the union that represents diplomats. The union said USAID employees responsible for the destruction of any files could face legal penalties. You think? But that's the order that comes down. Shred as many documents first. Reserve the burn bags for when the shredder becomes unavailable or needs a break. Shred them, burn them. We're trying to erase the paper trail. For what? As they said, they have a history of running front operations for the CIA. There ain't no telling what they're trying to get rid of or bury. All right, final hour coming up here just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House narrowly passed a 6-month funding bill to prevent a government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
This clean CR contains no poison pill riders, no policy riders there at all, no cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security, zero, no cuts to veterans benefits, zero. In fact, as was noted, we plus up the accounts for veterans.
The proposal now heads to the Senate, where its fate remains uncertain. The government shutdown deadline is Friday night. The Department of Education staff are reportedly being told offices will be closed tomorrow.
Staff received an email Tuesday notifying them they had to vacate the department's D.C. headquarters as well as its buildings in Maryland and Virginia by 6 p.m. The email said the closure is for security reasons. It added that no employees would be allowed in the buildings on Wednesday for any reason, and they would reopen Thursday. Last week, reports said President Trump is preparing to sign an executive order that aims to dissolve the education department. I'm Brian Shook.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul is weighing in on the ICE arrest of Columbia grad student and pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil as protests continue.
Supporters of Khalil, a leader of pro-Hamas anti-Israel demonstrations on campus, staging a walkout at Columbia Tuesday, calling for his release. Security standing by, helicopters hovering overhead. Khalil remains in custody in Louisiana after agents told him his visa was being revoked. Hochul reiterating she does condemn any form of anti-Semitism.
But I also think that our federal immigration focus needs to be on dangerous criminals, and in this particular case, the facts are not clear.
She says a judge should decide. A hearing is set for tomorrow after a federal judge Monday temporarily blocked efforts by the Trump administration to deport Khalil. Kristen Marks, NBC News Radio.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
A mistrial has been declared for the murder trial of a California judge accused of shooting and killing his wife.
The jury split 11-1 on the second-degree murder charge for Jeffrey Ferguson.
Hung jury is part of the process. It's also a success in its own way.
That's defense attorney Cameron Talley. Deliberations had been going on the past 8 days. Ferguson was charged with the murder of his 65-year-old wife. He claimed he shot his wife, but that the gun accidentally went off. A lesser charge of manslaughter was also on the table, but only if the jury agreed to acquit on the murder charge. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A federal jury awarded 2 men exonerated of a 2003 Chicago murder $60 million apiece.
John Fulton spoke following the historic jury verdict.
This is what the face of justice looks like. Justice is finally here, and we got a lot of work to do. There are a lot of people that are just like me that are wrongfully incarcerated in the justice system, and they need to be brought home too.
Fulton and Anthony Mitchell filed lawsuits claiming they were forced into giving false confessions, which sent them both behind bars more than 15 years. The men were teenagers years when they were arrested for the 2003 murder of Christopher Collazo. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Police in Linwood, Washington are trying to identify suspects who vandalized 6 Tesla Cybertrucks over the weekend.
The Cybertrucks were spray painted with swastikas. They were parked at a Tesla dealership. Investigators don't know whether it's the same suspects responsible for fires that damaged or destroyed 4 Cybertrucks in Seattle's Soto neighborhood Sunday night. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, kick off that final hour here on a Wednesday. Yeah, get things started this hour with the initial word there for our Tuesday morning, which I don't think we even got around to the story. Yeah, the White House said foul play at the time had not been ruled out after a jet fuel carrying tanker ship that was kind of indirectly contracted to the U.S. Department of Defense for part of what they call their Times of Need Emergency Reserve, was burning off the east coast of the United Kingdom after being struck by a container ship. The American-flagged tanker, the Stena Immaculate, was struck on the port side amidships in a near-perfect broadside by a Portuguese-flagged container ship, the Solong. Early Monday morning, about 6 a.m. New York time, Eastern time. Massive fireball explosion. After the initial explosion, both ships appear to have burnt from stem to stern, suffered serious damage. Now, given that the tanker was carrying what was described as jet fuel, Jet A1 aviation fuel, a kerosene product, whether the cargo was actually burnt off or lost at sea, a possible ecological disaster is the concern. Now, that was the initial report. Then this past day, they say British police have arrested the captain of the cargo ship on suspicion of gross negligence and manslaughter. One day after the vessel crashed into the tanker carrying U.S. military jet fuel off the coast of England. Let's see. We know that the Stena Immaculate was carrying jet fuel for the U.S. military. It was actually at anchor when it was struck by the smaller Solong. Huge fires and explosions releasing fuel into the sea. Now, at this point, they say neither vessel is now expected to sink after an earlier assessment said that the So Long was probably not going to stay afloat. One crew member from the Portuguese-flagged ship is assumed dead. 36 people were brought ashore following the incident, and no others remain missing. Now, we've arrested a 59-year-old on suspicion of gross negligence, manslaughter, in connection with the collision, according to police in a statement. The ship's owner, Ernest Russ, said the arrested man was the ship's captain or master. The master and our entire team are assisting with the investigations. But video showed this past day a gaping hole in the Immaculate's hull, fire damage along its length from stem to stern. The flames appeared to have subsided. Crowley, the U.S. logistics group, which operated the Stena Immaculate, said in a statement, the fire on board had greatly diminished with no visible flames now. The So Long appeared badly burned, smoldering still. The Coast Guard said a 1 kilometer exclusion zone had been placed around both vessels. Now, early indications suggest both vessels are now expected to stay afloat. The So Long can be towed away from the shore and salvage operations can get underway. Owners of the So Long said the vessel was not carrying sodium cyanide, contrary to some of the earlier reports from the maritime data. All right, so that's kind of an ongoing situation there off the coast of England. Wow. Morning to the blind man. How are you?
Oh, I'm surviving. Medically, I'm off the antibiotics that the nurse gave me for the last 2 months, and the pick is going to come out of my arm today. I'll be going to the cardiologist and talk to somebody there about my broken heart syndrome. I just never got over the loss of my best girl. Because of her, I got to meet Gilligan and his wife Lucy in person, and they came to visit us. She really was my world, and when she passed, it was absolutely devastating.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to a couple of Canadian stations yesterday, and one was 880 from Edmonton, Alberta, and the guy who was doing the talk show was really bashing the United States big time, and I finally got tired of it and tuned into another station. Meanwhile, I'm hearing all this vandalism and destruction of anything that Elon Musk owns,
yes,
especially the
Tesla.
The Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're really out to get him one way or the other, and I hope he's got protection because they really hate him, and they're really calling for his assassination.
And Elon actually, he mentioned I think he was on Joe Rogan's program a week or so ago, and Joe was asking him some questions, and in some cases he said, I got to really be careful how I answer these. I mean, because some of the answers I can give you would definitely get me assassinated.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that,
mm-hmm.
and the left has gotten absolutely out of control. I mean, they are absolutely crazy, mentally deranged, and everything. They didn't get their way, so they're going to. They're claiming they're going to call for violence, so I hope everybody is prepared for that.
All right. Well, otherwise, everything else, one day at a time there, blind man. I just
one day at a time, and I'll give you a report tomorrow what the cardiologist office has to say. That's going to be quite interesting.
All right. Thank you for the update there, the blind man. Well, hey, yeah, Mike, wait a minute. Who is this?
Good morning there, Your Honor. Yes, this is the Horse Feathers impersonator.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that's so let's get this over with. Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Woo, woo, woo. Hump day, that's how you do it there, Dr. Buster and Pappy. Yeah. Everybody's got to have the impersonator do them. Yep. All right, Steve, somebody had to fill in for him. At least this one's better than doing it for Captain Ron and that crazy Monday crap.
Exactly.
Being the best day of the week.
Yeah.
Hope everybody has a safe night.
All right, thank you, Gilligan, yeah, a.k.a. the Horse Feathers impersonator. Lest we forget, your final hour, it's the Wacky Wednesday, right? Dingbat shares with us her interesting facts. With most people, it's their hump day. Well, for me, it's my Friday. Before I forget, I know yesterday I sent this through Braindead's email. He forgot to sign me back in on mine. So today's notable birthdays, 1923. One of the first professional female wrestlers, Mae Young, was born. 1947, former Senator and presidential candidate Mitt Romney was born. 1969, on this day, Jake Tapper was born. Today is National Girl Scouts Day. I noticed that they're selling the cookies. I bought me some, my favorites, the peanut butter patties. Got me 3 boxes there the other day. I wonder if my dealer has any Thin Mints left. Today is National Baked Scallop Day. It is National Working Moms Day. How about National Plant a Flower Day? It is National Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day. I wonder what other diet than the seafood diet that I can register for. All right, it is National Glaucoma Day, and finally, it is National No Smoking Day, not to be confused with the Great American Smokeout Day. National No Smoking Day. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to the Wayback Machine coming up here. First, Knuckle Buster. Good morning.
Thanks for taking me back here, Mr. Steve Sommers. I wonder if we could hear Gilligan impersonating himself. You reckon that might work? He'd have a hard time doing that one too, wouldn't he?
That would be very kind of difficult.
Well, if you pull up on the drive, you can watch a Tesla Cybertruck get ripped apart in a tow hitch stress test. They used a 50,000-pound excavator. The frame fell short of the Cybertruck's tow rating, but it was with a load at 9.5 times its rated ton weight, so that's the reason it failed there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also on the drive, you can, if you got $224,000, you can buy the charred husk of a Concours 1934 Hispano Suzuki. I guess that's how you pronounce it. That's what it sold for. And this is how it ended up in its current condition. It caught fire while riding in an enclosed trailer. I hope that wasn't double R. The truck driver sustained minor injuries and the car was completely burnt. So, but they still got $224,000 for it. That's a chunk of change there, right?
Yes, it is.
Did Flyboy, crybaby truck drivers? I ain't never, Steve. Surely he was jousting on that. You take care of your ride and your equipment, and your ride and equipment will take care of you. It's not 100% guaranteed, but you won't be left stranded on the side of the road if you do. It doesn't matter whether you drive a junky old Packard motor truck, 13-liter manure spreader, or a Jehovah Witness truck. You can shut the door on them, just not on the truck. And the best way to do that, Steve, is use Tabil products, Hot Shot Secret products, and you can even use some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. It'll make you and your truck look cool. And I'm going to give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field. Truck 'em safe today, brother. Have a great day. Mr. Steve Sommers, that's all of my bull on it. And hopefully we'll get a more intelligent caller calling in before the end of the show.
All right, we'll see what we can dig up. All right, good luck with that. Speaking of Truck and Phil, I think I missed his email yesterday morning. Happy Hump Day Coffee Up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Starting off at 35 this morning, going to 59 at Fort Wayne. About the same 30 going to 49 at Newaygo. Right on, Knuckle Buster, roll on. As we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back once again. Let's have another beautiful blue sky day today. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, hello to Steve in Columbus, who says, good morning. We're approaching the halfway mark. You start looking forward to the weekend. Coffee's hot, the car's ready, time to head to the office, get the day started. Looks like it is again shaping up to be a nice day today in central Ohio. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, then a word from the Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Got a tip in the hat, thanking the fast food chain Steak and Shake for discontinuing their use of vegetable oil to make their French fries. Yeah, the burger joint has now resorted to using beef tallow instead. Change they made on the 1st of March that they've announced and been promoting via social media. The customers are raving about it. Steak and Shake's been great. We're very grateful to them, as he put it, for RFKing the French fries. You RFK'd the fries. Kennedy is blaming seed oils as a catalyst for chronic disease in this country. Seed oil is one of the components of processed foods. All the science indicates that ultra-processed foods are the principal culprit in this extraordinary explosion, this epidemic we have of chronic disease in America. Now, he said he prefers incentives versus outright bans when it comes to seed oils, and kind of signaled that there are other chains, including Popeyes, Outback Steakhouse, Buffalo Wild Wings, that have also switched or are in the process of moving away from seed oils. Yeah, I saw a list. I am a connoisseur of wings, buffalo wings. And Buffalo Wild Wings was one of the very few, if not the only, big-name wing chain that was cooking their wings in tallow. Now, I said we want to do everything we can to incentivize these companies to be transparent, to switch over from ultra-processed food and be a part of this movement to make America healthier. I think they're trying to convince, McDonald's. Were they not one, back in the day, when McDonald's fries were always the craze. Nobody had better fries. They cooked their fries in tallow, and at some point in time, I think they actually switched over to seed oil as well. To my knowledge, that's what they're still using today. Email from Joe, one of our listening friends. We were talking about the Postal Service electric vehicles last hour. Steve, there's a company out of Loveland, Ohio called Workhorse. They actually had a bid in for the electric mail trucks. They actually already had 2 facilities ready to go to build those trucks, and they were already building larger electric vans, so they actually had the experience to do it. But once the bid was awarded to, I believe it was General Dynamics, it was quickly found out that they had no electric vehicles in the pipeline to even be constructed, nor did they have the research or any experience on how to build the vehicles. Now, that company out of Loveland, Ohio, actually sued, but they didn't get anywhere in court. Then all of a sudden, it just went away. And General Dynamics just started building gasoline vans, the new ones that you see out on the road for the post office, and no electric vehicles, other than the few you were talking about. I guess that's the 93 vehicles out of what was supposed to be 50,000 vehicles. It all sounds to me like so much in government. People put bids in and whatnot, but it's a friend of a friend of a friend. Somebody got awarded a $3 billion contract, and now that's what Senator Ernst and several others are trying to say. Where the hell did all this money go? Where is it? All right. So, of course, we've been hearing in the news breaks, the House this past day, indeed, passing legislation to avert a government shutdown Friday. Funding federal agencies through the end of the fiscal year, through the month of September. But the picture becomes much less clear when it goes to the Senate. More on that coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House narrowly passed a 6-month funding bill to prevent a government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
This clean CR contains no poison pill riders, no policy riders there at all, no cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security, zero, no cuts to veterans benefits, zero. In fact, as was noted, we plus up the accounts for veterans.
The proposal now heads to the Senate, where its fate remains uncertain. The Department of Education staff are reportedly being told offices will be closed tomorrow.
Staff received an email Tuesday notifying them they had to vacate the department's D.C. headquarters as well as its buildings in Maryland and Virginia by 6 p.m. The email said the closure is for security reasons. It added that no employees would be allowed in the buildings on Wednesday for any reason, and they would reopen Thursday. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I do believe it was Plowboy last evening on the program who brought up the fact that, he said, correct me if I'm wrong, but haven't, over the last 4 years, every time that the possibility, the prospect of a government shutdown came up, the left was just blaring. If the government shuts down, it's the Republicans' fault. We cannot have a government shutdown. They said that, Chuck Schumer over and over again. So the tables are turned. In the Senate, they will need the support of at least 8 Democrats for this bill to go to the president's desk. One of the biggest legislative tests so far, prompting Vice President J.D. Vance to actually visit Capitol Hill this past morning to rally support. Mike Johnson, of course, moved ahead on the bill, essentially daring Democrats to oppose it and risk a shutdown that will start Saturday if they fail to move on the continuing resolution. Here's the bottom line. If congressional Democrats refuse to support this clean, continued resolution, they will be responsible for every troop that misses a paycheck, for every flight delay from reduced staffing at the TSA, any negative consequence that comes from shutting down the government. Johnson has the backing of Trump, who called on Republicans to stay united. No dissent here. Fight for another day when the timing is right. Lawmakers said the bill would trim $13 billion in non-defense spending from the levels in the 24 budget year and increase defense spending by $6 billion. Rather flat changes for both categories compared with an overall top line of nearly $1.7 trillion in discretionary spending. The bill does not cover the majority of government spending. Social Security, Medicare, funding for those 2 programs is on autopilot. It is not regularly reviewed by Congress. But Johnson's been pointing out no cuts to Social Security, no cuts to Medicaid, no cuts to VA benefits. Democrats are mostly worried about the discretion that the bill will give Trump on spending decisions. They're already alarmed by his cuts through the Department of Government Efficiency. In all these various departments, spending bills typically come with specific funding directives for key programs. Hundreds of those directives fall away under this legislation, though, so the administration will have more leeway to kind of reshape the priorities of the government. Now, one Democrat said that the bill will allow the administration to steer money away from combating fentanyl and instead use it on mass deportation initiatives. Representative Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut, the top Democrat in the House Appropriations Committee, said this is not a clean, continuing resolution. This bill is a blank check. It's a blank check for Elon Musk and President Trump. Representative Tom Cole, the Republican chair on that same committee, acknowledged the continuing resolution was not the outcome he sought, but it's time to end the cycle of short-term funding extensions This is going to be actually the third in recent months. He blamed Democrats for trying to rein in Trump's authority on spending. We're not going to have a Republican Senate and a Republican House restrict a Republican president from the legitimate exercise of executive authority. And then, oh, by the way, ask him to sign the bill? Normally, when it comes to keeping the government fully open for business, Republicans have had to work with the Democrats to put together a so-called bipartisan measure that both sides could support. It's because Republicans almost always lack the votes to pass spending bills on their own. Andy Harris said he supports this one because it will not lead to a massive catch-all spending bill, and it would actually reduce spending. This is not your grandfather's continuing resolution. Now, they said there was one holdout. That's Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky. He was a holdout, the only Republican to vote no on the procedural vote, and said he would vote against the bill. Trump went after Massey on social media, calling him a grandstander. You're too much trouble. He should be primaried. I'll lead the charge against him. Massey responded by saying Trump was attacking me and Canada today. The difference is Canada will eventually cave. So, Massey trying to stand tall. I mean, the term grandstander, well, not sure exactly what he's looking for. Morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut. Oh, I tell you what, if I'm the more intelligent caller, we are scraping the bottom of the barrel, I'll tell you. So a clean bill, that means there's no pork spending at all.
Correct.
There's not this. All right. Well, what in the hell do the Democrats worry about? I mean, they keep on saying, well, we want this money for this, we want this money for that. You know what? Tighten that belt buckle a little bit tighter, one more notch, because we are all going to have to suck it up, Buttercup. Excuse me, I tell you what. I'm going down here to the town of El Paso, and I imagine I can hear Gilligan in the background singing that song by Marty Robbins. So I'm sure he's going out there, and I'm over here, down here in Deming, New Mexico, chewing on Reese cups. And you know what the problem with the Reese cup is?
They're addictive.
That damn
you can't only eat just one. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But, that damn peanut butter in there just ain't, I don't know what it is, but it ain't peanut butter. Yeah. So, anyways, I heard Monica Lewinsky was in the news here the last couple of weeks. What was she griping about?
No, that was Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, Zelensky. Some of us refer to him as Monica. The name's so similar, you know.
Yeah. I thought maybe she might have come out with a new cigar, the Monica.
Oh.
I imagine that's a sweet one. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, dadgummit. Maybe I ought to call her up and say, hey, how about you get in the tobacco business? Yeah, get some sweet stuff out there. Oh, you know where I can find me some good American sweet drinks that's a high octane? I tell you what, I'm getting a little tired of the bourbon and the whiskey and the moonshine. You know, there's a company out there that's called Half Moon Moonshine, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to come out with a vanilla cream. It's like, oh, that sounds good. Problem is, can't find the damn stuff. It's supposed to come out at the first of this month, and I can't seem to find it. Midnight Moon, that's what it's called. Yeah, Midnight Moon. So, anyway, I'll tell you what, here in New Mexico, I think Elon ought to send someone over here to doge our government out here and figure out where the hell all that damn money's going to. So, anyways, so why in the hell would a judge block a deportation and then cause another court to take up a case to see whether or not we ought to get this insolent a-hole out of here?
Right.
I mean, he's here on our government dime. He's getting a good education, and then he turns around and just bites the hand that feeds him. And then he's got all these other followers. They're all brainwashed into thinking they're doing a righteous cause. You know, there's never enough knowledge you can acquire in college, and these kids are proving it every single damn day that they're out there raising their voices and saying, free him or else. Well, my question is, or else what? You have no damn cards to play with. Kind of like that Zelensky character. So I think what they ought to do is find every last one of them kids that are out there that are protesting and disturbing classes. Hell, where the hell are they at? Are they going out on their hour that they're not in class? Or are they just going ahead and they're abandoning class because they got a greater cause to go to?
Mm-hmm.
I think they ought to be suspended and no money going back to them. And for these yahoos that are out there giving death threats and terrorizing these people here that's got the Tesla cars, or Tesla, I don't know what the hell you call them, the electric cars that them, that one that looks like a doorstop, you know. I don't agree with electric vehicles in general. I don't. They're not my cup of tea. But I tell you what, when you perform a terroristic act like that, you know what'll stop it? Piece of lead in the head. And that'll damn sure stop all this terroristic ideas. Hey, did you hear Mopar's going to be putting a car in NASCAR here in 28?
That's going to be what in the truck series. If is that correct? Or? No.
They've already got trucks. They already got a truck. They're talking about putting a car in the NASCAR series.
Really?
Here in 28. Yes. I believe I sent the Charlie Farquharson impersonator. I believe I sent him a link to that. So it ought to be interesting. They were talking about, well, they don't have an 8-cylinder car now that they produce, but neither does Toyota, and they seem to be doing pretty damn good with their 6-cylinder out there. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, they said the trucks got their own, and now Mopar is going to go ahead and throw theirs out there. So it ought to be interesting having a 4-car manufacturing field.
As it should be.
Seems like to me they. Yes. It seems like to me those Dodges and whatever you want to call them, seems like they use up more gas than anything else. So if they can figure out the fuel efficiency on racing, yeah, maybe they might make it to the finish line instead of having to get towed in because they run out of gas. And speaking of gas, where's Horse Feathers? Did he pass gas out? Taking a vacation? What's going on?
He is on a secret mission.
Ooh, don't you just hear that Mission Impossible song going on in your head?
Yes, sir.
Dun. All right. Well, good luck on your secret mission there, Horse Feathers. Well, other than that, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night.
All right. The right-wing nut. All right, so Brain Dead brought that up a couple weeks ago where, Dodge was returning to the truck series. I had not caught. So I did a quick search. I guess, this just came out the last day or two. Not since the 2016 season has Mopar been involved in NASCAR. Dodge departed after the 2012 season, but after Ram was made its own brand, it stuck in the truck series through the end of 2013. It looks like Mopar is making a comeback in NASCAR after a decade absence. So we knew Ram was returning to the truck series next season, and they've made some formal submissions to join the series. There's an unnamed manufacturer. Nobody inside NASCAR is actually saying it's Ram, but everybody knows it is because there's no other manufacturer that could be making that move. Okay, so that's for the truck series. Already, Chevy, Ford, Toyota participate in the truck series. Nissan has discontinued production of the Titan line. Plus, they're in a bit of a money crunch right now. That leaves Ram as the only viable option. Pure deductive reasoning. Mopar fans will be delighted to know there are rumors Dodge is going to jump back into the Cup Series, though, in 28. Before anyone laughs at the revelation, because the new Charger does not come with a V8. Keep in mind, Toyota has been racing the Camry in NASCAR for years, and it can only be hard with a four-banger or a V6. Sadly, the term stock car has been divorced from the original meaning of the term. Well, yeah, the original was win on Sunday, buy on Monday. Fans of the Dodge, fans of the Ford, whatever your favorite manufacturer. Yeah, your guy wins on a Sunday, they see sales increase on Monday. Now, there's always, they say, an outside chance Hyundai or Kia might want to race in the Craftsman Truck Series. That's not likely. Yeah, while less of a stretch, we don't think Honda's going to jump in with the Ridgeline, even though recent changes instituted by NASCAR and rumored upcoming changes would actually possibly make that possible anyway.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, heading down the home stretch here on a hump day. Couple minutes to squeeze. Carl, what's on your mind?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to call in about the overtime bit about the truck drivers. Yeah, I've been almost a 30-year truck driver here. Within about 8 months, I'll have 30 years in. And different companies that I've been with, whether they be large or small, they can pay you overtime past 40 hours, okay? And if they cannot, then they don't need to be working you past 40 hours. It's that simple, okay? And if you've got a driver out here that's working past 40 hours, he deserves to be paid time and a half over that 40-hour limit because everybody else gets it. Okay, you've got managers who are salaried managers. Okay, they get paid their salary because they have a contract with their company. Okay, but a truck driver, company driver, does not have a contract with his employment there.
I mean, the one question I'm going to have is, how are you going to? I mean, for the majority that are paid by the mile. I mean, you may work 50 hours in a week or 60 hours, but I don't know. How do you ascertain, for hours after 40 if you're being paid by the mile? That's the part I can't figure out.
Well, it's like this. Okay, let me tell you how. They're going to have to restructure.
Okay.
It's that simple. They're going to have to restructure. And it's not hard to do. The only thing you have to do is just say, okay, we got to convert this into hourly pay. It's that simple, okay? And to make it fair, and that's the way you do that.
Yeah.
You're going to have to offer. You're going to have to come up with a new offer for your drivers, and if they want to take it, that's fine. If they don't want to take that, then they leave. It's that simple. You've got to come to a different agreement with your employer on how you're supposed to work.
Yeah.
Because if you do the time and a half, then you're going to get the pay that you deserve truly for your money. Because there was one time already this week that I've had to deal with this. Monday, okay, I arrived at my facility, and then I had to wait on a trailer, okay? But due to the contract that my company has with the other company, I don't get paid for that wait time waiting for that trailer. Okay, I'm just sitting there waiting on a trailer, and it's unlimited. I could be sitting there 4 hours, and then have to be rescued on my way back because I'm going to run out of time on my daily 14 hours. Okay, so. Yeah, we work unreasonably out here, okay? We deserve to be paid time and a half for over 40. And we deserve the company to work out different contracts with their companies, and it's up to them.
All right. Well, it's been a decades long issue. Maybe they'll get something to resolve it. With that, though, it is time to say farewell here on a Wednesday. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Hope you can join us for our next edition.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.